to emphasize that this is a demonstration of how corners use and how you can add value to your game and your corners. We cannot be able to have a full training in a single day. So that is something I want us to be mindful of. But that is possible to as many accessories, as many tools as we can be able to use. But to that able to trigger your mind to be able now to know where to focus on the next thing. Our moderator will be Amani. He's also a trainer. He's going to be moderating the event. I'm going to give her the mantle. That she can be able to give us the wardrobe, the program for the day. Lastly, we thank you for creating this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Maureen Doro Kamari of Baking with Kamari. And I'm so glad to be here. I'll be your moderator for today. So basically, I'll be helping you and explaining to you what our wonderful presenters will be doing. Before we get started, I want to mention that we have washroom on this door. So once you come out of the door, you go through the hallway. You go through the hallway and you turn right, and you'll see two doors that are open. It's actually designed for them, but you see there are two doors that are open, it's gents and ladies. If those are full, you can go downstairs to the first floor. There will be a mirror, and right behind that mirror there is also washroom as well. Right, before we get started, we can have somebody lead us in prayer and thank you very much. Then I also want to mention that we have survey forms that we want you to fill for Topserve. So if you don't already have a form, please make sure you have that form. You can give Topserve feedback. At the end of the open day, they are giving a present. So anybody who gives me that survey, so don't do your form, so make sure you do that form. I also want to mention that there is a WhatsApp group for the Meru bakers for Topserve. Are you guys in that group? Show of hands. Show of hands. Show of hands. It would have been done here in the Topserve WhatsApp group. Because we'll be sending information about some of the presentations that are here. So if you're in the group, and you're able to get that information. Okay? Now, at the end of every session, we will do a Q&A. That's when we'll be answering your questions. However, we also have one of the Topserve staff, his name is Ruben, who'll be walking around collecting your questions. He can come with, so he'll be the one who, if you have a question, if I'm talking or the presenter is talking, you can get your question. Alright, so now we'll just get right into our presentation. Right? And I just want to reiterate what Jessica has said. Today we are demonstrating, right, not teaching. We will have a segment where we introduce instructors. So if you want to book a class, if you want to get in depth in that, you can get in depth, right? So I just want to make sure to stay. And today I'll be asking questions. This morning, present, you pay attention. I'll be giving Friday. So one, we want to demonstrate, or we want to share with you guys the importance of proper training. So the presenters they will demonstrate, and then you can see what you do after you have training. So one objective of why we are here to demonstrate the importance of proper training. The second thing, demonstrate the importance of using tools. Proper tools, especially when it comes to modern training. Alright? So please make sure you remember that. So our first demonstration will be by Kurato.
Steve. Steve is our TA or technical advisor. And basically today we are going to go with Topserve, which today is all about food. We have a small stand outside there with our product. So besides the folder, if you need to know anything more about our products, we try to outside there. We are happy to work in conjunction with Topserve. They are doing a great job. We are ready to work with them in this journey. So once again, welcome. Feel free to ask any question. And most about the products, you'll find me after there to give you all the rest that we have for today.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, my name is Stephen Damboki from Kratos, and today I'm going to take you through the fondant. And before that, I'll just brush through our products for like 15 minutes, and then we start with the fondant. So, with burritos, we have premixes. We have the vanilla premix made from satin, which is like cream cake, and then we have the sponge mix. The satin one is this one. It's a cream cake, and it has a chocolate version of it. And from these ones, you don't have to add any flour or anything else. It's only the liquids, that is eggs, oil, and water. Then you bake and you get products like these ones with a shelf life of 12 days. This one and the chocolate version. The premix, satin cream cake. It's a cream cake. It's not for sponges, it's for cream cakes. We have the one for the sponges, which we don't have right now, and I think it will be shared. And from that one, we still add water and eggs. Then we have the purple velvet, from which you get a cake like this one. Then we have the red velvet, and you get this from the red velvet. Now, we have a packaging here. This packaging is used for both baking and presentation. For example, I use this one to bake, and I still use it to present, because I just wrap it with a cling film and then hand it over to somebody. So this one serves two purposes at once. Then we have the creams, the Diana cream, which is in powder form. And in this one, you add water, cold water, or cold milk, with a ratio of 1:2. The powder is to 1, let's say 500 grams, and then the liquid will be 1,000 grams.
I want to mention a lot of what he's saying will be posted in group. The images of the premixes and some of that information. Yeah?
Okay, then we have the Biante and whipper creams. These are all in 1 liter, 1 liter, with a shelf life of 9 months, and it's easier to whip. Only that you follow up the parameters written here. For example, before you use it, you chill it between 5 and 7 degrees. Same case applies to this one. If you chill it like that way, you are able to use it, and it's going to form. Don't over whip it. When it gets to soft peaks, just let it stand. Then it will start hardening slowly, so that at the final product, when you are decorating, your cake will not crack. But if you over whip it, then your cake will crack. To avoid that, if you have over whipped, just add a little milk into the cream, and then to soften, and then use it. And then we have the fruit fillings. We have top-filled strawberry. We have the mixed berries, and then we have another one which is passion, which you don't have here. And when you go to the stand, you'll be able to taste it from there, all the mixes. Then you have the neutral glaze, which is this one. You can add colors to it, and then you drip on your cake, or you can add colors and mix various colors, and then you brush over the cake. So we are done with the premixes. But in case you have any question, there's somebody who's taking the questions, and then we answer them later on. And maybe when you go to the stand outside there, you'll be able to Joseph will be able to answer you. Then we have chocolate, which is not a compound, it's a real chocolate. It's called Belkalid. It's a real chocolate. A difference between the real chocolate and compound chocolate is the kind of oil used in making the chocolate. Real chocolate uses cocoa butter oil. Compound uses vegetable oil. But it's the same kind of cocoa powder that is used in the formation of the chocolate. Let's get to fondant. What is fondant? What is fondant?
Who can tell us what is fondant?
Okay, fondant is a kind of icing that is used to cover or decorate cakes. You can use it for crafting, and still you can add extra CMC to make roses from it. It can harden depending on the quantity of CMC you've used, and it can be soft. But there's another question. What is the difference between fondant and gum paste? It's the same. Whoever gets that one is going to get a gift. CMC means the difference. That's true. So, gum paste hardens with time. Fondant stays soft. It's not like a cream, but it stays soft. You can just cut it. But gum paste, it hardens because of the CMC used. Okay. Now we have a Piratos fondant. And when you're making fondant from scratch, do you use it right away or do you keep it to rest? For how long? One hour or 2 hours. It might be more. So, if you're buying fondant directly, it's already cooled enough to use. Like, for example, what's the cost of fondant made from scratch and the one that you buy directly? What's the difference in cost? The one that you make from scratch and the one that you buy from the shop. It's a bit expensive that you buy. Okay. Do you agree? I don't agree with you. The one that you buy is cheaper. Why? You want to make fondant for 1 kg. How many kilos of icing sugar are you going to use? Sorry? 1 kg. You want to use to buy gelatin? Going to buy corn flour, cream, CMC. Are you going to buy them in the quantity that you want? So you find that when you are making 1 kg cake or let's say 2 kg cake, you're buying all these things at high cost, so that cake will be like you're giving out. But when you buy it directly, you are able to come, need your fondant. I think it's not very expensive. You need your fondant and use it directly. So you are cutting the cost. Do you agree? Why? Mini cakes.
It's cheaper to make because when you store it properly, I'm able to use it, or I can be able to plant something else. But if I buy and I mess up, I have to buy again. And when I have the extra product, I'll be able to make it. Is that different?
Yes? Yeah. Buying is cheaper because of the time wasted in making the fondant. When you are away from any shop that you are going to buy the product from, it will be expensive. When you said what? Transport, like transport? Okay. About transport, that one I understand because they are far from the shop. But if you are near the shop and you have an emergency cake or you have a cake that you want to deliver today, what will you do? You buy and apply. But if I ask you, why should you use fondant from Kratos?
So far it's the best. It's not because you're here that I've used other fondants from other companies, but so far the Kratos one is soft and it's stretchy and it does not disappoint. It's not even drying out as quickly as that.
It will stay soft for a longer period. And again, if you just wrap it and keep it, you can use it after like 2 weeks. If you wrap it with cling film. 2 weeks and more, you can still use the fondant. So that one you're guaranteed. Now, can we use Puratos fondant to cover cakes and also to do flowers? Okay. So that's an added advantage. What's the difference between Puratos fondant and the fondant that you make from scratch? Nobody knows. There's a gift for that. Okay, when you mess up, that means you have to be keen with whatever you are doing. Yeah. The other thing, Puratos fondant is vegetarian. No gelatin used, so no animal product in the fondant. Puratos fondant, it's a vegetarian one. So no gelatin used in formation of the fondant. So in case you don't like animal products, When you have the Fratos fondant, you are good to go. So I would request we need the fondant for now because of the time, and then we cover this one, and then we use some of the tools around here. We see how we can finish one cake. So when using the fondant, why do we normally need the fondant? Make it soft. So that you are able to apply it properly. Otherwise, if you don't need it properly, it's going to be like hard, and then when you're going to cover your cake, it might crack. So you need to soften it by kneading. Okay. 2, as he has said, as he has mentioned, I do recommend if you are using Puratos fondant to add little water so that it can be soft enough for you to cover your cake. But if you are doing flowers with it, you don't have to add water in it.
So as the chef is eating this fondant, I want us to go through the tools that we need to cover our fondant or to decorate our cake. Who can tell me one tool that we need to actually go through the process of fondant application? We need a rolling pin, that's correct. So today I'm giving praises for those people who are answering your point. Anyone else? Silicone one for you. Who else? You also need corn flour or cornstarch. Tools. Kata. Is a kata for the fondant? Yes, we do. Anyone else? For smoothing the cake, correct? Anyone else? You need a turntable, correct? Anyone else? Tools we need? And all these tools we're mentioning, we can get them at Topserve. You need fondant correct? Anyone else? Lady for party, correct? Anyone else? Yes, you do need a palette knife for crown coating. Fondant cream pads, correct? And you can actually find those at Topserve fondant cream pads. Palette knife. Anyone else? Quilting tool, very true. postdoc at Topserve Limited.
To explain?
Maybe Chef can explain his progress so far.
I've just softened it with water. You can see it's soft enough. So what we need to do is just roll it out, and then we cover our cake with it. So what do you need to dust here with? Corn flour. Cornstarch. No, the same thing. Okay, we have a corn flour. This one, you got it from Topserve, they're selling it. So what you need to do is to roll out the fondant. You can use a.
Somebody asked what he has used to crown coat the cake.
But in this one, I've used buttercream.
Who can tell me what is a crown coat? Who can tell me what is a crown coat? Thank you very much.
That's soft cream, and you've mixed it with water or milk. So once you're going to apply fondant on it, fondant will absorb the water in the cream, and then to like it's too soggy. Then once you are, because when you put it in the fridge, it's not going to harden. Once let's say once you are smoothing the cake, once it absorbs the water, it's going to be like too wet for use. So it might crack, the fondant might crack, but if you use something that has got oil in it, like buttercream or maybe chocolate, it's going to harden. So it's going to hold up the fondant.
So as you can see, to smoothen or to finish your cake, you need fondant smoother for a nice smooth finish, and also to work on the sharp edges.
Should be 4 millimeters, 3 to 4 millimeters. Then we have this one. What's the name of this one? Yeah? Knife. Scalpel. You said what? Oh, yeah. So everybody has got this one, I think.
So the chef is using an exacto knife to cut the fondant. This is basically how it looks like, and it goes at the top. Exacto knife, and put the image in the WhatsApp group as well. Okay? Exacto knife. Yeah, exacto knife. But again, we'll put that in the image in the WhatsApp group so they can all see.
Then we make borders from it. What's the name of this one? Silicone mold. Yeah.
We can find lots of silicone molds sold at Topserve, many patterns.
So when you are using your mold, what do you apply? Corn flour. What else? Huh? What else? Only corn flour. Oil. Corn flour, oil. Can you use fat? Okay. Here is it. Then we trim it.
So again, the exacto knife is being used to cut off the edges for your border, so you don't have any neat border, right? So this is where you need to have an exacto knife.
You apply. So what do you brush with it? Water. What else? You can brush here or you can brush on this one. Any.
So again, by show of hands, what did chef say you need to prepare your silicone mold? Hands, by show of hands, if you want to answer, prices. If you want to make a border with a mold, what do you apply first before you put the fondant in there? Exactly. So thank you for answering the question. Now, to apply the border onto the cake, he has done the mold, he has removed it. What do you use to apply? Edible spirit. Edible spirit. Water. You can also use shortening. You can slide a little bit, but yes, definitely use that. And then who remembers what are we using to cut the fondant? Exacto knife. Okay?
So, can we still use the same fondant to make leaves? Leaves. We try. And can you add colors in this one? The best colors to use. Americolors. Americolors, not powder colors. What happens when you use powder colors?
You said you get a lot of crystals inside your fondant. And you don't mix well with a fondant.
That's true. So, can we use this one? Which color is this one? Yellow colors. Okay. Can you use which color is this one? Airbrush. Where do you use it? I'm using airbrush. Airbrush. When using airbrush. Can I use this one in airbrush? Why? Okay, yes you can. How do you go about it? How thick is it? The thickness? Is it very thick, light to spray? Huh? Very light. Do you agree? Huh? Sometimes it's very tricky when you are using this gel for airbrush. It might be too thick, then it blocks. It might be light, then once it comes into contact with the cake, see, drips down. So it's better you go with airbrush colors. Now you have our fondant here. So we're going to use this one, this lily, rose lily.
So you're using a lily cutter. You're using a lily cutter. And also
Water lily
your
cutter.
wire.
Uko na ile nia ya kukata nini wires. Tunayo. So here you've cut. Then we have something else here. What's this? A mold. What kind of mold? Leaf mold. Thank you. Veina. This is a veina. Veina. This is a veina. So I'm going to use a veina 2. See all these patterns in the veina. So once I use the veina, the print in here will go to my fondant. For example, take this one, then the other part of it. I roll. Can you see it? This is what you get. So, veinas, we have different types, and you can get them from Topserve. As you can see from there, those are veinas on top there.
We'll also make sure to send these images in the WhatsApp group as well.
Okay, these and these are the same. True? So, once you cut your leaf, you put it on what? Vein mode. Then you roll. Then put it somewhere it can dry. For example, you can use what or what? You can use what or what to dry it. Can you leave it outside here to dry? Yes, no. Yes. How long will it take? Like right here, it's very cold. How long will it take? A month? Yeah? A few hours? A few hours. Okay. 30 minutes? No. It will take longer. So, you can take corn flour, then you place on it, and then you let it dry from there. Because corn flour is going to absorb the moisture from the fondant. Yeah? Sorry? The same corn flour here. And the good thing with the corn flour, you can shape it the way you want. So I can just drop it there and then I press it. It will give me a shape that I want. Sorry? For example, my leaf is flat. Once I bring it here, I place there, it's still flat. If I wanted to have a bent inside, I will just press it, then to be shaped like that. Once you remove it from this effect. Okay? Now, how are we going to use the wires? I've cut. I take out my wire. Which gauge is this one? Because once you go to the shop, you don't go and buy wire, you don't know which one. You have the gauges. Which one is this one? You can't see it well. Then we have this tool. What's the name of this tool? Huh? Wire. Pliers. You cut. You cut with it. And if I'm going to use it for a bigger rose, I'll have to do what? To twist it a bit. Like this way. But if for something that is very thin like this one, what you need is what? Water. Then force it inside the fondant like this. Then you take your veiner, place it, then you roll, then you smoothen the edge. That's what we have. My question is, why did I put the wire first, then I rolled? That is then I put in the veiner. Sorry? To stick well. That's one. Sorry? Yaribu. Another thing? Thank you. It should be thin such that you are not able to force the wire inside the fondant. Sorry? It's making work easier for you. Fine? What if I want to do something like this one? How do I go about it? These patterns.
Once you make the pattern, what does he use?
Okay. We have various types of them. Okay, this is just one of them. And you can still use this one for the same pattern, but what will you do? Huh? We have a wheel cutter. You have a wheel cutter. The first one over there. You have that one. Give me the ribbon cutter still. We still have this one. So if I've rolled this big enough, I'll just open this one and then cut the size that I want and then place on the border of my cake. So this one plays a number of roles. For example, when you have to make ribbons, then you need to make something like a graduation cup to get that square the way it is. Do you need a ruler? And you have this one. You just roll, then cut the sizes that you want. So with this one, you are sorted with to do a number of ribbons. Okay? Then we have this one. Okay, here, this is the one that I used to make the bottom part of it. And then this part here is one that I used to make the top part of it. Inside, I crumb coated with ganache, not buttercream. Why? Ganache can be used in decoration and can also be used in crumb coating. In Proratos, we are selling ganache. I think we might be having it in Topserve. I'm not sure. And you just melt it a little bit, or you just whip it, and then you crumb coat. Okay? So I use this part for the bottom, this one for the top. This one I use for the two chairs. So how do I do it? Okay, remember these are cakes inside. It's cake. It's not a dummy. You use this one, you roll it, and then you just cover. When I'm using this one, do I need to use a? Do I need to use this one? Smoother? Why? It will mess up with the pattern. So once you use this one, you are done. Make sure that now you make your work neat using it. Then you can still use the same fondant to make roses. When you're making roses, what do you use? Cutter. Plastic. plastic mold. Veina. Veina. Cut around. Cut around. Cut. Around. Sawa, ina shida. Sawa. Frila. Nitumie wote. Katika ile ya nini? Rolling pin. You all have rolling pins. Sindio? So, the type of rolling pin that you are using, how does it look like? A chapo. Which is still good. You find that some rolling pin have dents. Query. What happens when you are using such kind of rolling pin? Nature mark. That means some part of the fondant will be marked. Some parts will be thicker than the others. It might tear from the part that has that dent. Then you are not able to use it. That's why I do recommend you use a smooth rolling pin. A smooth rolling pin. So you just roll, you're done, then you keep it safely so that it doesn't fall down and then get the dents. Okay? What's the name? Modeling tools. Wheel tip. We still have a wooden one. Are they the same thing? Yeah. Yeah. This is wooden. This is. But this part is not here. So it's lacking something. If you get this one, you have the best ones. I'm not saying this one is bad, but this one can serve you can do a lot of things compared to this one. Okay? And I think this one is very cheap compared to this one. Do you agree? Long lasting. Long lasting. This one? What happens when we wash this one? Do you need to wash all of them? With what? No. With oil. Water. Just a wet cloth. Okay. So we frill it. Sorry? Sorry? I give you. So, you use this tool, a friller. You frill. Here. Then you can fold it the way you want. You can fold it like that. You get such shape. Or you can mask it on top of a. Now, what we are doing, we're just showing you, but if you need to know more about these tools, I would request you go to classes, because here you cannot attain everything. So you're just brushing through all these products, but all these tools, but you're not able to get anything. It's better you go to a class and then you learn on how to use the tools and many more. So it has up the purpose. You have a different thing, or you can roll the fondant and then get a different shape. So I would request if you want to learn more about this product, it's better you go to a class, learn more, and then from there, anything that you want to do on fondants. Okay? How much? I think we have trainers in the room. They will explain themselves.
We have a segment where we actually have trainers share their contact, and at the end of the open day, you can actually go to the stand and talk to them and they'll give you the information.
Yeah. Still, you can buy books on fondant issues, and then you'll be able to cover a lot as you attend your classes. Now, any questions so far?
How do you stick the wire?
How I stick wire? To the rose. So just show you lightly. But this thing would be easier if you go to a class.
As Chef explains or continues doing that, I just want to mention to you guys, please note that he is wearing food gloves, right, and a hairnet. So we have to be very conscious of food safety, okay? And you can find both of those at Topserve.
So not unless you have questions, I think we're done. Yeah, that's better.
Anyone have any questions?
No questions? You want me to do a full one, eh? Sorry? So I do. Okay.
So for the flowers, we'll actually have another session
Yeah.
where Idris will actually cover the flower. So for him, he will just demonstrate how to use the fondant. So if you have any questions on using the fondant, maybe on what he has just done right now, the mold, please ask. Then you'll know when we'll cover the flower session.
Yeah.
Okay?
You done? Yeah, you may crack who's? Okay. Finish your question. Normally what happens, if you are crumb coating, I do request you use a fridge. You crumb coat, then put your cake on the fridge to set. Not freezer, fridge. The cream, the buttercream will set. It would be like when you are smoothening, it would be like moving. It will be intact. So once it's moving, it's going to cause the friction is going to cause the fondant to crack. So to avoid that, put your cake in the fridge, let it set, let the buttercream set. The crumb coating, after it sets, like that your 1 hour, that means 1 hour, then you can apply the fondant, it won't crack. It's Prato's fondant.
So again, I think we will share some of the options, because you know there's different classes with different lengths. So the different trainers who will be here will give you the options, then you can see what is manageable for you, right? But it's important to actually invest in the classes so you can do it, right?
I just do a repeat of the premixes. I don't want to, because my time I think it's over. So I think I'll just touch on the premixes again, and then I'm done. So now, for those who started together, I showed a product, that is the cream, the premixes, and the fruit fillings, plus the chocolate. There are those who are not around. There is an issue that's arising that once you buy the premix, you add flour, you add sugar, you add the rest. But actually, when you're using our product, like let's say for the premixes, what you require to add, it's only the liquids. That's water, eggs, and oil or margarine. We have 5 types. That's a sponge mix, chocolate and vanilla version. Then we have the cream cake, which is TSCC, Tegra cream cake, vanilla and chocolate. I think you'll taste all those flavors outside there. Then we have the purple velvet, the red velvet, and then we have the most cakes. Outside here, we have the red velvet, the purple velvet, and then the cream cakes. So you'll be allowed to taste all of them, and then you decide from there. But once you are mixing them, you mix for 7 minutes. You add the eggs, water, and oil. You have the recipes on the packaging. So you just add and then mix for 7 minutes and bake. You don't have to add any flour or anything else. Then you have the creams, that is Diana, Abiante, and Whipak. Diana, you add, it's a powder cream. You add water, which should be cold, or milk, and then you whip for 5 minutes, and then you have your cream ready. Abiante and Whipak, they are in liquid forms. You just whip for 4 to 5 minutes, depending with your machine, and then you use directly. You have the fruit fillings. You have blueberry, mixed berry, strawberry, and now we have a new one that is passion. All those fruit fillings, we're going to taste them from outside. You are welcome to taste. And we still have the neutral glaze. Neutral glaze, you can add colors in it, and then you pour on top of your cake. For example, if you are using color like red or black, you don't have to add it in the fresh cream. Why? Why? Why we don't use colors directly on the whipped creams, like black and red? What happens? Okay. So if you have glaze, a bitter taste. Yeah. So what you require to do is you get neutral glaze. You add this one, neutral glaze. You add the color plus water. You mix and then pour on top of your cake. It will be black in color, and because the glaze has got sugar in it, your cake won't be bitter. So a customer will be able to enjoy the cake. But once you add it to the cream, it will be bitter to the customer, and maybe you might lose that customer. Okay? Now let's use this one for a few minutes. Once you buy this color, it's called what? Airbrush color. You mix it, and then you pour in the small tank. This airbrush is chargeable. The one that I'm holding. You adjust it from here, the way you want. And then this is a trigger, and this where you put it on. So once you switch it on, What do you use to charge it? Can you use a charger, a phone charger? Yeah? It comes with a charger. And if at all you lose the charger, you can use a phone charger. Yeah. Then you switch it on from here. Then it will indicate it's working. Then you spray. By pulling backward the trigger. Then within a few seconds, you have changed the color of your cake. So with this one, you can change the colors the way you want, because now you just remove this color, to add another color. If you want to change, to make other pattern, and then you'll be like, you are able to do many things with the airbrush. For example, if you have a cream cake, that is the cake that you've frosted with cream, and you want to change some part of it into a different color, and you have the airbrush. Can you spray? You can spray, and then you'll have like the bottom is different color, the top is different color, the one side is different color. So it will depend with what you have. That's why I'm saying you go to a class, you learn more about the tools, and then you'll be able to change your decoration and take it to another level. Okay? I think I'm done, not unless you have questions.
Anyone have questions for the chef?
No question? Thank you so much for your time. So in case you need to learn more about our product, you meet me outside there on a desk, and then we're going to discuss it more. Thank you.
And let's give Chef a hand. Thank you so much.
Sorry? Okay, tasting, you do it from outside? How to use cream? Okay, Topserve will explain that, and then I think we'll be done. Okay.
Testing you will do later. That's the process. We have to leave.
So thank you very much. Yes. For only one well. Now we're setting up for the next presenter with this subject, the government. Maybe organizia kwenye upande ndio barabara hapa. Once again, for those who are joining us, to thank you for taking time to be with us. Again, we are quickly talking about fondant. I want to emphasize that that's not about script, fondant making only. For those who are asking about also the technique,
Karaskika.
tutakuwa nayo, but after nafanya the presentation, all these things that mnaona hapa zote mtaweza kuona, especially for prenatal, because of the pregnancy. It's important that uweze kutembelea pande yao, so that we able to take the different activities that are there. You're also able to take the part for the aspect of costing, of which watu wamekuwa wakilalamika sana na maneno ya costing. So we are able to share be able to say in terms of supermarket, CPAC, so some of those tricks zinatumia be able to visit their stand later on. Wanaweza kuambia actually ukitumia hii vis-a-vis wewe uanze from the scratch, is the cost that you are going to incur at the end of the day. So those will be some of the lessons you are going to be picking from that. Encourage you to endelee kuuliza maswali sababu kuna a lot of things
Tutaitisha.
and be able to get those tips. And don't shy away from asking any questions. We are ready. I take it back to Amari.
Gloves in hand, come on.
We get the right another.
So it goes straight to her finger.
You do gloves in hand?
Not really.
And so now we're going right to our next session, which is from Evelyn of Purple Sugar Craft. She will go up next and explain to us exactly what she'll be doing and also introduce herself.
Morning, everyone. My name is Evelyn Geshoke of Purple Sugar Craft, and I think I've been here before. I've met a few of you before, and today we're going to be doing the royal icing. So we're going to do royal icing from scratch, and I'll show you how to pipe different mediums with the royal icing. And then we also do fondant, which is Purple Sugar Craft fondant, available at Topserve branches. I'm also going to show you how to cover a dummy cake with a Purple Sugar Craft fondant. And the reason why you would use Purple Sugar Craft fondant, for one, it's convenience. Other than it's good to learn how to make your own, and it's also it's for convenience. I mean, it's easier buying it, and time. And maybe you just need a small piece of fondant, a small figurine on your cakes. So instead of buying a whole batch of it, I mean, like making a whole batch of it, you just cut a small piece, and then you can keep the rest, which is easier. And I'm going to show you how to do a figurine, a teddy bear. And that's what we're going to do for today. And also, we do trainings. It's nice to invest in trainings. I mean, here it's a very short time. You're going to be here for 2 hours. But then for you to learn something, I mean, it's going to be very fast. You can't pick on everything. So it's good to invest in training. And also investing in tools. You have to. Huwezi fanya kazi kwa mkono throughout. I mean, doing it by hand, it doesn't come out really nice. But when you invest in tools, your work comes out very nice. And now you're able to charge your cakes higher because your work is perfect, isn't it? Yeah. So we're going to start with the royal icing. And you can keep it beating because it's beat for a while. And then I'm going to introduce you to covering the dummies. We also sell dummies. I mean, instead of practicing with a customer's cake, it's nice to invest in dummies, and they're available at Topserve branches. So it's always nice just to do a bit of practice with it instead of working on a customer's cake, because you can always take it off and then cover it again. So with that, let's start with, I'm going to post the recipe of the royal icing on, I think a lot of you, almost like everyone, is on the WhatsApp group. So I'm going to post the recipe of the royal icing there a bit later. Topserve will post that. I'll make sure they post. So what we do with the royal icing, we use eggs, fresh eggs. I'll use 2 of them and an egg separator. Tori, I will ask Amari. Egg separator.
You want to kurudia na Kiswahili?
Oh, and the egg separator.
You bring in here.
Oh,
Put everything inside.
oh, okay. Yes. Sasa nimeambiwa lazima not everybody understands English, kwa hivyo lazima tunaongea na Kiswahili. So yoyote yenye nimesema nitaongea na Swahili. So tunakuanga na fondant Topserve. So na fondant ya kununua it's, what can I say? Ni rahisi kutumia. Juu unanunua tu, I mean una hiyo masaa ya kufanya fondant, unainunua, unakata tu kidogo, unakanda, unakaba keki yako. Unaweza kuwa ukiangalia masaa yenye utatumia kwenda kushop hizo vitu, maybe unataka tu kitu kadogo, so ni rahisi kuchukua, uende kwa duka Topserve, ubai fondant yetu, ukuje tu kade kitu kidogo na unafanya ile unataka kufanya. Kandi kadogo tu unakatako kadogo, unatengeneza ile kitu unataka kufanya, si ndio? Sasa na tutaanza na royal icing juu inachukua muda kutengeneza, na tunatumia mayai 2 na icing sugar peke yake, hakuna kitu kingine. Na kuna kitu ya kutoanisha yolk na nini na egg white, egg separator, yeah. Umeenda matembezi? Tuma nako hii. Mbona hii mara? Si mnajua hiyo egg separator? Yeah. Kwa hivyo tuna crack mayai. So unaona, when we work with royal icing tuna avoid mafuta. Hata bowl yako unafaa ku make sure haina mafuta. Kwa hivyo ukipiga, cause we like working with the volume of the eggs. Unapika hiyo, to be honest, you leave it for maybe like 20 minutes ama half an hour. Inapiga so that you work with the volumes. I know a lot of you ukifanya royal icing inakuwa ngumu kupipe. Unaumiza mkono cause unaweka icing sugar mob. Unafaa uipige kabisa, si mayai ufura. You work with that volume of the eggs. So for that, tutaiacha ikipiga, tuendelee. So unaacha ikipiga, unaendelea na kazi zako. And okay, out of preference, me na prefer KSL, fine. But I mean, it's all different, si ndio? Si hata ukienda kununua kitu, mimi napenda pembe, mwingine anapenda dovu, you know, it's preference. So I'll put like maybe a cup, but I'll post the recipe. So what we'll do next, so I'll show you how to, as that one is beating, I'll show you, nitaonyesha kukaba, sorry, very slow one. Kwa hivyo unaanza at a very low speed. Juu sasa ukipiga sana, itaongeza hewa mob, a lot of air. Sasa ikiongeza a lot of air, ukipipe, hiyo air itatoka haraka. So ina deflate. So unaonanga inakanga chini. ita deflate very fast. So unaipiga tu pole pole, unaachana nayo. Or even naweza iacha hapo for 30 minutes. So hata haitaniumiza mkono juu sha fluff. Yeah. So I'm going to show you how to cover a dummy cake. Board ya dummy yana. Board. So when you go, so when you go to Topserve, that's purple sugar craft fondant. So when you buy it from the shop, you just take it off. Unainid. Inakuwaga ngumu, juu imeshikana na imekaa. You don't ufai kuiweka kwa microwave. So you just take it off the bag. And a bit of icing. And you just knead it. Si mingi. Yeah. And roll it in hapo. Yeah. Si unaona nikiknead sio kuifanya hivi. You try and put it back together. To make, because inakuwaga na gum, CMC. So you're trying to put the gums together, lazima we need. And because I'm working on a cake, I'm working on a dummy and not a cake, so you should make sure your dummy has somewhere to stick. So I just take a bit of fondant and a bit of water on the board, and I just press it there. Just making sure it's stuck. It works differently from a cake. Sorry? Oh. And what I do easy cake, unaona cake, you crumb coat it, it becomes a bit soft so the fondant can hold on to the cake. But for a dummy it's different because, I mean, it's hard. So what I do, just a bit of water with a brush, just a tiny bit everywhere. Because if you don't put water, maji hakuna maji, haita stick, itaona a bubble. Have you seen that? Juu hakuna kitu ya kustikisha. So it's water all around. Wherever you miss water, you're going to get a bubble. Utapata fondant haishiki. So a bit of icing on my mat or on your table. And what I do, have you ever tried to cover a cake? Unapata the fondant haitoshi. So usually what I do, if I'm covering a round cake, I try and keep my fondant round. If I'm doing a square cake, I try and keep my fondant square. So that time I can tell how much fondant I need. So because I'm covering a round cake, I'll try and make sure my fondant is round. So you keep turning back and forth. So we'll also post the measurements on the group. If you're covering a 1 kg cake, how much fondant you want, 2 kg, how much fondant you need. So if you want to texture, you can texture now. Sasa nataka kujua kama hiyo fondant nimeroll imetosha keki yangu. So na rolling pin, so unaona hapa side ya cake, so that's the height I need. Unalalisha katikati, so up to there, and then you imagine upper is like up to there, sindio? So I'll need a diameter. So my fondant inafika hapo. Si sawa? So I think nitaongeza kidogo. So utaenda round na hiyo. Second ya square also. So from here across down to the bottom. So I think I'm okay with that. And can you see I'm not turning my fondant back and forth, back and forth. I mean like turning the other side. Na siweki icing sugar juu. So halfway, na roll, you lift up. So from that side onto the top. So even on a cake, the first thing ni kushika hapo. Vitaanza kunini, kucrack, usiposhika hapa. So you open. Mali unaona hiyo frill, you open it up and you tuck in. Open. Smooth. Oh, here. So usually what I'll do, juu niko na fondant mop, naweza decide kukatia hapo to cover the board. You might decide to do that, you might not decide to do that. So venye nitafanya, nitakatia hapa kando. Take off. I think it's easier using this one. So unaona ukikatia hapo mtu acha na shimo ingine hapo. So you press. And then maybe using a pizza wheel cutter available at Topserve. Kuna one. Exacto knife. Then or an exacto knife. Mnaona hatuna hiyo shimo. So I'm then covering the board. So you should always keep checking on it. So what happens, sinakanga icing inakaa huku juu, na usipoiangalia sana inaanza kukaukia huko juu. Na ikikauka hizo vitu zinaingia ndani. Sasa ukijaribu kupipe ina block tube yako, the nozzle. So you always keep cleaning it up. Unateremsha hiyo icing huku chini. So alafu una make sure hizo vitu za those hard things as build up huku juu. So na saa nataka tuanze cover the board. So what I do, as I said, kama una cover around time, you try and keep it round, square, you try and keep it square. So we are covering around one, and is a cast strip. So now is all this round. Kwa hivyo nitaroll cast strip, because I need a cast strip, not something. So ukianza kuroll kisquare hivi, and you need a strip, unaona? So you'll be there all day. Na sitaki kukava manusu-nusu. So I think this one you just have to gauge yenye unataka. So this side I assume ndio inaenda pande ya keki, so I cut it straight. Exact on if itakata board. And then a bit of water on the board, kidogo tu. At this moment, that's when I decide my front and the back of the cake. So when I say, I mean, this is sugar. I mean, it's something you're doing by your hands. You don't expect it to be 100% perfect. Sindio, malunono ukona kashida shida hivi, it becomes the back. So what I do when I take my fondant, so this one you put it on the table, cake iko kwa table, sindio. So I think ile pande poa. So this side, this is my front. So I take my fondant. Halfway my fondant, so that's my, see it's my front. Kwa hivyo itashikania nyuma, and don't force things. When you ukianza kuforce things in sugar craft, kazi yako itakuwa madogo throughout. Don't force, because unaona kuna kitu na force, unachukua tu kidogo. That. Right tools, skills, and don't force stuff. Ukiwa na the right tools, skills, you never force stuff. Katikati yake, all the way down, unatoa hiyo na ndani. Imeshikana with a smoother. So anything you do, always try and work from the back to front. If you're struggling, by the time unafika hapa, ushashika. That's where the ribbon comes in. Sindio? Ziko mingi Topserve. So, kuna crimpers. They make your work very easy and very fast. So the plastic thing, inafanyanga ujue what distance you need ya kukrimp, at least in a control, before you get used to it. So as I said, always, so all the fondant tumeachwa nayo, back into a bag, isikauke. So what you do, as I said, you always start from the back. Si hapa tumejua, so this is your back. So you always start from the back, unaenda, kama una struggle, by the time ufike hapa ushashika. So what you do with the clipping, onto the board, una pinch. Na usipinch itoke nje sana, especially on the board. Juu ukiweka kwa box, si utapita nayo. You can use another one. So you try and may keep it on inside the cake or inside the board. Ukitoa nje inapita nayo ukiweka kwa box. And it also works very nice. Unaona hapa kwa kona, especially if you're struggling with the sharp edges. So for the sharp edges, maybe you turn this upside down, alafu, then you start going on with the smoothers. So what you do with this, it also gives you a very sharp edge. So you una pinch halfway up and halfway the bottom. Like you're pitching from both sides.
I'll show you the effects that she's using. You can also get them from Topserve plastic ones or the metal ones.
That. Sorry? Oh, yeah. So, yeah. So if your cake is ready, and maybe you don't have that time to make the flowers or the figurines, we sell, we do figurines, which are available at Topserve branches. All this. We have the jungle animals, and we have the teddy bears, and then we also have the flowers. So what you do, the flowers and the animals, the figurines and the animals. So what you do, if you don't have time to make them, but I'll do a demonstration of one, a teddy bear. So you just buy them and you place them on your cake. So we also do, let me show you all the products that we do. So we have the jungle animals, and we have the flowers, which are available at Topserve. If maybe whatever flowers are there, you don't want them, you want something very different, we custom make. You can place your order with Topserve, but we also give you our Facebook page and our number. We can custom make them for you. So the jungle animals and the teddy bears, they're available at Topserve branches, even in Meru. Just place it there. You just place it here. Then we have the baby showers. So we have the teddy bears for the baby showers, the small booties, the medium ones, and the canvas. And then we also do graduation hats and graduation packs, which are also available. So they're ready to buy. So what happens if maybe you've got, because we usually just do them the same colors, like a blue or black. So if you've got maybe a blue and a black themed, and a black graduation packs. So what you do with the graduation packs, maybe the tassel, maybe it's blue or whatever. You can just roll maybe a small blue fondant kadogo, ama you can unaweza weka ribbon ya cloth. On top of that one, unaweka tu na royal icing ama ka fondant kadogo. So I think that's it. Okay, can I do? Yeah, this one comes one. So we need, kuyanza. But I can do the teddy bear. So you put it on, and then I do the teddy bear. Yeah, that's it. So for the graduation, so we have the hats, the graduation hats, and then we have tukona pack. So pack ikona ka kitabu, a pencil, a small hat, and a scroll, and there's a paper. Ka paper kadogo kalisaulika. So that comes with 5 pieces, and then the hat itself on its own. So we have blue, pink, and black. But you have 2 shades of blue, a dark one and a light one, and now the pack. And then so from there, so unachukua tu ni kuwekelea. Maybe with a bit of, so if you buy like the pack, unaweka tu royal icing hapa. Kidogo tu pande ya ndani isionekane juu, and then you just place it there. Even for the figurines, ndio isianguke kama hizi. Just a tiny bit of royal icing hapo chini ama ka fondant, unastikisha hapo.
So the icing can be made.
Yeah, it does. And it won't fall off. But if you do it ukifanya kaa leo, in about an hour or two, imestick na ita move. Na ina stick kabisa. Sorry? Yeah, they are edible. Everything is edible that we do. Yeah, they are all made out of sugar. So what is not edible is the wires and the stamens in the flowers. Like, na si weka disclaimer ndani, tunakuambia unafaa uambie customer hapo ndani kuna waya ama kuna mti. Hata figurines hizi ziko na mti ndani. Hawezi hold peke yake. Na si weka karatasi hapo ndani. I don't know, those who bought our things, we always put a disclaimer in there. You're supposed to tell the customer hapo chini kuna miti, kuna waya, stamens, and they are not edible. Sindio? Hebu tuongeze icing kadogo. Ifungue tuongeze icing. Not. Uko wapi hiyo icing? Wacha tumwagie hapa. Wacha tumwagie hapa kwa shimo. So how much time have I used? Hebu angalia, nilianza 10. That's it. So I'm going to show you how to make a teddy bear very fast. And now that's where the modeling tools, they come in. Tools. Modeling tools. Kale kabag kaping. Kabag kaping. They're also available at Topserve. So, and now that's where the fondant comes in. So, kutengeneza figurine, inafaa kuwa firm. See, the fondant is soft. Nataka mpitishe hapo. Mkiguza. I think maybe some of you who've tried hizo figurines, saa ingine unakatengeneza kana inama, si ndio? It need that stability. Unapata hiyo stability na CNC. So unaweza tengeneza tu just kadogo. Ukiweka mingi, unapataga whatever you are doing. Ushaiona unatengeneza kitu inakauka hapa is not even. So it's nice uongeze CNC, maybe like you leave it like for an hour. So a tiny bit, una pinch too. The figurine, yeah. So we leave this kabla tumaliza. By the time we finish the figurine, nataka mguze hii na hiyo fondant nimewapatia, because it need to be inafaa kuwa ngumu. It can hold itself, because fondant doesn't hold itself because it's soft. So what you do, so I had one that I'd made earlier. So I'll make a teddy bear. So what I do, anytime you start working with either gum paste or fondant, it's nice to work it out. Unaileta kwa that working consistency. And add a bit of white fat. I always use kidogo tu. It's nice. Ata fondant, it makes your work smooth. Na inakuwa na kashine kengine hapa, ka nice finishing. Si ile imeparara. So you work it out. And always, removing all these cracks, you work it into, you put pressure. Alafu na release. So you get like a nice round ball without any cracks. Ukipata ile side iko na cracks, you make it your bottom. And always, I think figurines is all about the pear shape. So from here, I roll it between my hands and get a pear shape. That. And just giving it karakta kadogo, make that a belly button. And I always cut a bit up at you, just to make it flat. Akaskiwa, and that's why you tell the customers, kuna skiwa ndani. Ukiwekelea kichwa hapa, sikataenda chini, so that's the support. And usually I would cut it. So, the nose dive, they're available at Topserve. Usually use them for the flowers and cutting such. So what I do for so we did the legs and the hands, making your life so easy. You don't want to spend a whole day making a figurine, sindio? So you roll into a ball again, and into a log. And what I do, if I need like two pieces the same size, when you roll into a log, unakata na half. So they're equally the same size. So I want 4 for the legs and for the hands. So I cut this into 2. And I hope everybody can see. And the other one into 2. So you take one, as I said, always into a nice round ball without any cracks, and to another cone. But this time, a long one. And you flatten the top. And I think these ones look a bit small. So this should be the legs. Always a bit of water on the side. There. A bit of water, otherwise nothing will stick. As much as you feel it's sticky, once it dries, they separate. So make sure you always use water. Or what do you call it? Edible glue. You know how to make edible glue? Water and CMC. You leave it for some time. That's edible glue. There. So maybe whatever cutters you have, like a flower cutter, you see like them I've used the flower cutter. Like these ones. This is a flower cutter. I can use just a round cutter, anything, a love heart, just making your work a bit more interesting. It's Valentine, maybe a love heart, a red one. So I'll roll maybe another different color. There. So for the head, so just a ball, but then you flatten it. You flatten that ball for it to get the shape of a head, and you just dent. You see, we have dented eyes here. It's a bit dented. So just place your hand there. And then with a tool, put the eyes, and then maybe with a corn tool, because anything, if you just place things on sugar, they fall off at times. So it's always nice to make like a hole, whatever you're going to put inside, so that you can press it in there. You just make it wet, then you press whatever you want in there. And that is how I made this one. there. So yeah, you can use the molds. So you might decide. I might.
Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah. Lakini zawate ipige wakati kunyamaza mpige kabisa, that's it. Sina venye iko poa. Yeah, iko on sasa.
So what you do, so whatever theme you have, like we said, it's Valentine, baby shower, a girl or a boy. So that depends on what you have. So there's so many things. I think Topserve, they have a lot of molds. You can just play around with whatever mold you have. Me, I love this one, the ribbon. You can put like a flower. You see that these plunger flowers, we also sell them. You can also make them. You know when it's busy like now. How many you guys are busy here in Meru? Hey, as you're almost quitting. So whenever, I mean, like now when it's not so busy, you can always do your to flowers, whatever gum paste you've got left and fondant, you make them. You just let them dry caps and then you just pack them. So whenever you've got a cake going out, unakatoa unakaweka hapo, si ndio? Different sizes. So I think let's do a white one. I will take this around. They feel it now. Ukupiga tena. Kidogo. Yeah. It's like my embarrassment. So, yeah. So you can always put a bit of flour ama mafuta kwa mold. Like I said, I try and keep my shapes according to whatever I'm doing. So this one is a bit, so you know, it's like a bit wide one. So I roll my kagan paste or my fondant into that shape. And always, like when I'm doing my molds, napendaga kuweka a bit of CMC. So mmepitisha hiyo nini fondant. Si mnasikia ni ngumu, it works well. Ukijaribu kuweka fondant hapa, si unaona itokangi ama ina stick. So in there, and I avoid knives. Utakata mold yako out. Wacha tuweke hapo. I think that's fine. And just playing around, it's not busy to love hearts. Simonaka watu a lot of them wamebeba hizo love hearts. Even then, you just play around with what you have. And I think that's it. We are done with the figurines and the fondant. Sindio? So any questions, Amani?
Yeah, it's ready now.
How do you cause
The flowers. Okay, what happens, unaona, if you buy from Topserve, I think they sell them for 400 or 450, then, so you have to add that to the customer, and maybe plus your fare, sindio? Maybe you can put 150, so you can maybe add the costing to the price of the cake. So maybe, and you tell the customer, maybe you're outsourcing, if you're okay with that, you just tell them you're outsourcing, and this is how much I'm paying for it. And at times others, they order from us directly, and we send here. So there's also the cost of sending that thing to Meru, sindio? So you unaongezea customer. Oh, okay, you have to, the time you do that, how much fondant you're using, sindio? And the colors, so you put all that into the costing.
Anyone else have a question for evening?
the gum paste for that. And we'll come to the gum paste when we are doing the flowers, because that's what we use for the flowers. You know, now it doesn't dry, you know. Yeah, and these ones, they don't even sweat because we use the gum paste. Yeah, get into detail when you're doing the flowers. Is that it? Okay. So, yeah.
You added some CMC on products
To farm.
to make it farm.
Yeah.
So for it to avoid falling and bedding, you want the CMC.
Yeah, that's for the figurines, but you don't use that for the graduation hats and caps and flowers. So that's a different medium now. We'll come to that when you're doing the flowers. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. So we do the royal icing now. Yeah. Wapi ile scraper? This one. Usually I make them on a board, kwa sababu kanaanguka, so you just leave it to dry. So our next medium is the royal icing. It's a very old method of doing cakes, but it's very nice just to do something different, you know. And you also use it for doing your, what do you call it? Not the borders, stencils. See, that's what you use. Yeah. So when you beat your royal icing, to make sure it's got 3 consistencies, so you've got a soft one. You see, have you seen some other cookies, I think online, zimepaipiwa juu, nilika kitu imemwagiliwa. So when it's quite soft, when it's running, that is what you use. Then kuna ingine are very soft. So from that one is pouring. Then you go to another one. So unaona akichukua hiyo bita, hiyo icing inasimama. So there's one between hiyo ya kuflood, hiyo ya kumwaga, and this one. And now that one, so unaona there's another piping tube, a nozzle. You know, you have to strain like to see that hole. That is what you use. But now for us, we're gonna be doing, who is that cake? The royal icing one. The piped one. Oh, yeah.
And does it have a smell?
No, it doesn't. As long as you beat it. You can also add a flavoring, orange, vanilla, whatever flavor you want. But once it dries, you don't even smell it. Yeah. So this is what will bear. So this is there's so much you can do with the piping. So there's the stencil, and then now we have this. So we have the shells. So you know that border of the shells. So you can just play around with it a bit more. And what we use, so we've got the different nozzles to do that. So like this one, so you always have to have the base of the shells where you go, because it's called over piping. So because you are piping on top of more piping, is it? So that's sadio tuko na hizo shells za juu, so you have to have a big shell kuanza nayo, and then now you go reducing them and playing around with whatever tubes you have. So these ones are available at Topserve. So what I'll need is a big piping bag. For the bigger shell, ama if you have now that one, you put the cupola. I think I can cut a bit more. Piping bags, cupolas, nozzles, they're available at Topserve, different sizes. if you beat it at the right consistency, it's very easy to work with and fun to work with. Lakini ukiweka icing huko iwe ngumu, inakumiza paka mkono, si ndio? So as I said, kwa dummies, always your front and back. Yenye iko na matatizo ni nyuma. And what I do, I put my nozzle between hapa katikati ya the cake and the board. Juu nataka iguze board na iguze the dummy. Mnaona? And I'm leaving a gap. If I don't leave a gap, nikuje hapa. Sindio? So I have to leave a gap so now it's taking itself there on its own. Add a bit more for the top. And you always keep cleaning your tube. What happens? It builds up. Inakaukanga very fast. So unapanguza, ita build up na itatokezea huku itaanza kukauka. So again, so that's our back. So hata hapa, you pipe like, the tube has to be like upper half of it. So half of it is falling down here and the other one is on top. Even that is a border, something different, isn't it? Yeah. So what happens, if you want to overpipe, unagoja ikauke kwanza. Ukianza kupipia juu, they start falling because it's wet. And now that overpiping is where the fun bit comes. So that's why I use the coupler. Oh, so you all know how to use a coupler. So now from here you have to use now the two smaller nozzles, whatever sizes you have, and you just play around with them. And this one, it can stay outside even for a month. Ukishaipika juu hakuna maji, si ni egg white na mayai ukaa and icing sugar. It can even, sasa unaifunga tu, you just funga at the top and make sure, you see that dry bits huku, you make sure you don't have, unaifunga hivyo. It can even go for a month, you just keep it in a dry place. So with the upper piping of this, I might decide to do that. And then, because we said it's over piping, so when you finish up with that, then you keep going smaller, smaller, smaller. So you change the nozzle again. So when you do this, you wait for it to dry, maybe like, you can even leave it now for a day or maybe for 6 hours, then you go back on top. Usually it's nice for wedding cakes. Still on top of it, can you see I'm still following the same pattern? So you keep going smaller anytime you pipe. And then, and you can also now do it's called string work. No, that one use a very, you see the writing nozzles, the very tiny one. And we can only do this with fresh icing. Otherwise, kaimelala, they cut. And you can even overpipe on this one. You leave it to dry maybe like tomorrow again. You still pipe on easy, and you can go all the way to the bottom, but you just give it time to dry. Yeah, I think we've learned something. Yeah, I think this is well. And it dries very hard. Yeah, and that is why, you see, inakanga sana, and it doesn't go bad. So you can keep this for a very long time. So you've got the piping bags, the Topserve nozzles and couplers. No pressure, no, you don't need it.
And there's no smell at all.
You can always add a flavoring if you're very sensitive. Kwa hiyo nini ya mayai. Yeah. Yeah, it is. But then you can't cover your cakes with it, sindio? Ilikuwa inakaba kitambo kabla, I think in the 18th century, kabla watu wajue fondant. Before fondant came, mzungu alikuwa nakava na royal icing. But walikuwa wanaeka marzipan. Unajua marzipan? So walikuwa wanaeka marzipan alafu sawa na pipe na you see now the marzipan iko soft. Kwa hivyo hiyo hard icing haitaingia kwa keki. It will be on the marzipan. Yeah, any questions? Tuko sawa? Sawa. I think I've talked too much today. Na alafu
What about mwenye hana the
hand mixer works ama mkono, but it won't be as fluffy.
Also want to mention that Topserve, because there's a hand mixer, there's that 5.5 Meru mixer, and they have larger ones, 10 liters and another like this. So we'll be sharing with you the mixers we have in each. Okay?
So what's it? Yeah, how much time do you have? What time is it? Oh, and whatever royal icing you've got left, kabla uweke kwa nini, kwa hiyo karatasi, you just make sure unaikaba na wet cloth. You know your kitchen cloth, unaitoa maji. Not as much, alafu unaikaba. Because what happens, if you don't cover, unaona hizi bits zote, zinaingia ndani. And they'll be dry. In an hour, maybe in 2 hours, they'll be really dry. Inaingia saa unaona aka kanozol, haiwezi toka, si ndio? So just make sure it's always covered. If you're not ka unaitumia, maybe you need to use it maybe later. So if not that, sa unaweka kwa kabag. Even a piping bag, unaifunga huko ndani. And you just keep it in the cupboard. You don't need to put it in the fridge. So from there, I think we can do the flowers, if there are no more questions.
So you store it in a piping bag?
Yeah. Or even unaona those Ziplocs, you can put it in there. As long as you make sure hakuna hewa, mali kuna hewa itaanza kukauka. Kakikauka kanaingia huko ndani, it blocks your nozzle. Then you can't use it again sasa. Lazima uimwage. Or you need to beat it again. Ukisikia ikiwa a bit runny, you can always add a bit of icing sugar just to make it firm. Ukichukua hivi, hata kama ni hand mixer ikisimama hivi, it's got a peak. Kama inaanguka, it is not yet beaten properly. Sorry? So I do the flower. So I think we can clear up a bit. Nisiwaongelesha kabla we clear up. Ile shisho the chef fonda atende shira hera.
Before she gets to her next presentation, she's about to do a flower.
Nukutwara hariya metha-inĩ. Nukutwara hariya metha-inĩ. Isaac, I need that one. Gaka ndirenda. Iyo mat. I need the mat. Let me ngĩgũigĩra hau indo iria itarenda. Tools cicokie handũ tũgathiĩ gũthambĩria mbere. This is a Topserve.
So make sure you fill in those questionnaires, because at the end of the open day, if you fill in that form, you will get a prize.
Yeah, is that?
So please fill in the We do have a list that's going around. You can share your number and you'll be sent a link to join the group. The reason that is important, everything that we are sharing here, the tools, the ingredients, if anybody, there will be a recipe to prepare into that WhatsApp. Anyone here not in the WhatsApp group? And so let the list.
Isaac, dami ĩrĩa yuma na rĩrĩ. Dami ĩrĩa yuma na kĩrĩa, ĩrĩa yuma ya mahũa. Ĩrĩa twĩkĩria cling film ĩrĩa yuma na rĩrĩ.
So if you want a prize,
Dami ĩrĩa ndĩrĩ.
nainua mkono,
Na icing sugar.
answer. So I want to be very concise. In the morning, Chef mentioned they have 3 weeks. What do we add to that? That 3 weeks, okay, and there was another one was sponge cake.
Kanyamu gaka he kanyamu
Now get that
mũkũheanĩte
into ingredients.
gakata gaka he kanyamu mũkũheanĩte.
Show of hands.
Gaka ũrarikana ũkĩrehe mari haha kuna no gũkũ ngĩagĩra kangĩ Topserve ndehete bunjo ũru mũno.
Anyone? No? Exactly. It will be a prize.
Ĩno nĩkĩ matirona ĩrakĩrĩa igũrũ atĩa cainĩ na ĩgũkorwo very unstable. Mũtirĩ na TV? Nyona ta mũkorwo na TV?
Okay, so now when we want decorating our fondant cake, right? Today we are featuring the tools you need to use when you apply fondant. So we'll start from the beginning. Okay, I will only give you a prize if you put up your hand and you answer.
So,
What did we use when we were starting? As we were preparing our fondant, what tools do we need? We need a silicone mat. Another one? We need a rolling pin. You are now? Fondant smoother and another one? I am not giving prizes for repeat answers.
mwĩna manĩ gwĩka atĩ caimo mneka ngapi?
Mbona shigana makira?
Anyone else? Oh, that's a nice, exactly nice to draw. Use a hand table.
Adote tukimolia kitabu tuopita.
Kata kwa brush. Mahua ini goragwo ndiko itatu huu. Mahua goragwo ndiko itatu. Musigeze igajaga fondant. Kabe? Zi kwa jisi okere akili mbazi shosia nigote. Nigote.
Sisi shule.
Bottom up. Mama wa boga na ke. Mama wa boga na driver wa boda. Driver pikipiki.
Fondant treatment, thank you. You have to hold the figure, thank you. Reina, good job.
Deki mana ya? Ini ko. Ini.
One last one, or two more. Oh, good job. Yeah, brush, that is very true. And you need pliers, yes, you can actually use pliers. One last one. Total wire, yes. Right, so now, Evelyn will be showing us how to make a flower, so we'll do that next.
Ya. Sorry? Ilikuwa off. Wewe even no. Ndio sawa. Is it on or off? So, can we go ahead now? Can you continue? So,
Are we all together? I mean, you can say yes, yes, twice. Are we together? Yes. A little louder? Yes. A little louder? Yes. Good job, thank you. So we can go ahead.
Yeah, so I want us to make this rose. Is it on? It's on. So I want us to make, I want to show you how to make this rose. Hii rose inatumianga hii 5 petal cutter, and then kuna birds. They are called styrofoam birds. Ziko Topserve. Unaichukua unaingiza waya kwa hiyo bird, so you don't have a lot of, hii lazima ugoje ikauke, like kama we forgot about them. Sa hii lazima unaweka CMC kwa fondant yako ndio ikauke, but those ones are ready made. Unaichukua unaweka tu waya and you just make your flower. So ukitengeneza hii, this si mnajua hii kata, we have it at Topserve, hata iko pale. So tunatumia ile kubwa, the bigger size. And what you need is wires. Wires, they come in gauges. The higher the gauge, the thinner the wire.
Gauge 30, gauge 26 ni ka thin. And then gauge 20, 24 is thick. So what you do, ukinunua hiyo ako kanini, ka styrofoam bud unaingiza wire. And then what we use for flowers is gum paste, not fondant anymore. Juu fondant inakuwa mzito. So for the gum paste, and it's quite stretchy, and anything, kama umetengeneza hiyo gum paste ama fondant, you always have to work it out. Mafuta kidogo, unaiweka to that working consistency. Unaona, fondant haiwezi burutika hivyo, si ndio? Yeah. So we do flower classes. That's our longest running class. Flowers throughout. So what you do, I'm feeling it a bit sticky, so a bit of icing. Just kuifam tu kidogo. When you're not using it, it always goes back to a bag. So what we need for the flowers, we need a foam pad, a blue foam pad. We need a pliers to cut the wires, a brush to apply water kwa nini, kwa hiyo maua, and a bone tool, bone tool, whichever works fine. So that this is where the modeling tools come in hand. Lazima uwe nazo. And a small rolling pin, because si maua unawaka na kapisi kadogo. So you don't uhitaji ile rolling, the big rolling pin. And cutters, a lot of them. We'll use a few of them just to show you how they work. Veiners, a lot of them, a variety of them. And they make your work very different. The veiners, sorry?
John, most of the tools that is going to be using are actually going to be in the WhatsApp. That's only in the WhatsApp group, okay? So it will be easier for you to refer back to it.
So what I do, the veiners, veins. So what I do, because I'm working with like a small piece, so usually I would have just a paper. Unaona ukimaliza icing sugar yako, so you need like to do a lot of stuff. It's called like a stay fresh mat. It's just like a paper bag. Like this one I cut from something, or this mat, in those mats. So just take like a paper, a file. You know those clear files. You just put your work there to avoid them from drying. Ama ukimaliza hiyo icing sugar kubwa, unakata the edges, sindio? Just leave the top. Then you can keep your work there for it to stay fresh before you go to your next project, before you start working on them. So what you do, so you roll back and forth, and I always lift it up to make sure it doesn't stick. And the good thing about the gum is you can roll it as thin as possible, which you can't do that on fondant. Can you see how thin it is? Yeah. So I can cut out one. I can get another one out of here. And what I do, I put it onto my pad. And now I need to thin the edges just to make them look nice and very delicate. So what I do is half of my tool, so let me get this out. Is that clear now? Yeah. So what I do is half on the pad and half on the paste. So I just thin the edges. So what I do is half of my tool, so half of my tool, 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 Sorry? A bone. You see, it looks like a bone. Yeah, a bone 2 layer. This is a corn. It looks like a corn. Sindio. So I think they get their names from that. So, and I'm just thinning the edges. Because a rose is not a frilly flower. Kwa hivyo staki hizo frills. Unaona ile kufinya inapata that wavy thing. Half on the pad, half on the paste. So you're just applying water. And that's my bud. So usually you do 2 layers or 3 layers with this one. And that's this flower, is the one you're making. So again, water. Then I put it upside down, put my petals in place. Just open it up. And that's the rose. You can even do a 3rd layer, but then you wait for it to dry a little bit. Yeah. Can you pass it through? So when you're using those flowers, can you see they've got a wire which is not edible? You need to let your customers know there are wires in those flowers. So like for us, we always put a disclaimer, and then even the wire is not food grade. Kwa hivyo unafaa ufunge either na cling film ama straws za kukunywa straws. Unaweka ndani ya keki, and then you put this wire inside that straw. So it has no contact with the cake, sindio? Because I don't think anyone wants to eat rust. Even you, even your customers don't want to eat rust. Yeah. Ama unaweka na cling film ama foil. Then you dip it in. Yeah, there is, and that is not where the class is coming. Oh, he did ask whether there is a way of placing the petals. You know, when I'm doing the flower. No, that's why I've told him, no, that's where the classes come in. Yeah. Not really much of a sequence. When you get, it's practice. Hakuna kitu ingine. Yeah. Even me, hata sasa, I'm not happy with that rose. I still practice, and there's a way I want it to look, and you keep improving all the time. Sindio? Utaki kustick hapo. Yeah, it's art. So, so can we do the Veina one? Ama the next one? I do the Veina one. Yeah. I didn't hear.
Yes, if you want to make many, like I think a bouquet of flowers,
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah. So I'll show you, so I'm gonna do a single wired flower, ile ya peto moja moja, tufunganishe, and then sasa nitamuonyesha kutengeneza just a kabuke, si ndio? See, that's what you're asking? Yeah. So are we good to go? Yeah. Oh. So Isaac, hebu niletee hii flower, this flower, kama imemalizwa, na pia nikata, Sorry? Oh. So what happens, ukianza kutengeneza maua zako, unaweza pata tu, like a lot of flowers, unaiangalia, ama you've got a cutter, like this one comes, kuna cutter iko Topserve, I think it has 26 pieces. Unajua a white with a box, it's for flowers. So you get a lot of the cutters, so you just can make your own things out of the flowers. You don't have to make the ordinary. Like this one, ni cutter. So I'll do a demo just to show you how, so unaona maua za chini ni ndogo, the petals are small, and the top ones are big. So you just play around with your cutters, you vein them, you curl them, I'll show you how to do that, and just make something very different. See, this is a bit different from the kawaida ones. You just play around with the cutters, just the same cutters. Apple tray. May I have the apple tray? Sorry? Let me have the apple tray. So I'm going to show you how to make this flower. This one we just came up with. We even don't have a name of it. So when you see ufanya, I don't have it. So what happens, like this one, so you just come out with something random. Customer ametutumia, we need to sort of replicate, because in art you can't copy and paste, sindio? You can, and like customer anakwambia, I want the exact thing. It's not possible. So like this one, we call it Joyce flower. Joyce is the one who asked for this one, because you don't have a name for it. It's a Joyce. So you might name a flower after you. If you don't know the name. So what happens with that one? So this one I got it from that set. Topserve have it. It's got 26 pieces inside. And what we do, so anytime nikianza kukua na kagam paste mafuta, you work it up. So what we do, so the wires. So when it comes to the wires, that depends on, we said the higher the gauge, the thinner the wire. So if you're making a flower, unasikia, your flower, it's a heavy flower. So you need to use a thicker gauge. Sindio? I mean, the stability of it. So for the leaves, to fillers, the two small flowers, those ones, we need them small, because you see, unaona hizi maua, there's only so much you can put them together, because they'll be dry by the time you're putting them together. So you need two small flowers kujaza hizo gaps, because they're not like, fresh flowers, you push them together, but these ones you can't. So we need them to be small. Those are the filler flowers. Tuwe tudogo, ndio tunajaza huko ndani. So that's the time you go for gauge 26. But now for like this one, the singly wired ones, na unasikia it's got a weight to it. So those are the petals of that flower. Na una aka kata ni kakubwa 26, kata kishinda kakifanya hivi. So I'd use a 22 or a 24. And what I do, I cut into half. So they come in that length. Unakata nusu, and then half again. So you've got 4 kwa kila piece. And then what you do, and anything you're gonna put, unaona ka rose, si tuli thin kabisa. So anything you're gonna put a wire into, leaves, the single petals, ata kani peonies, so it need to be a bit thick. If I were thin, so this one is a bit thick. It's not like the rose one. So, and I always run my cutter. Unaona nikikata, I always do that. Na nitapitisha mkono. It comes, so it doesn't have these rugged edges. Can get 2 apple. And what I do, so putting the wire inside. Ukiweka bila maji inatoka ikishakauka. So you just dip it in water kidogo, hapo. So unapanda nayo, nikisikia inatokezea juu ama chini, you just push it back. Kwa hivyo napanda nayo maybe like half an inch. And now the veiners. So you can use any veiners. You can have a couple of them. You can always interchange. Kwa hivyo unaweka waya ndani kabla uvein. Just a small press. Can you see that it changed? And then using my bone tool, but then like I do it was straight, so you can just give a bit of character to it. That's at times Isaac, ka pink bag. Kako wapi? Oh. So with my Dresden tool, I just make a line up ndani. And I can fold it a bit. So you need, unaona mwenye anauza apples kwenu, unamuomba one of these, ama they sell to you, and you just carve it in there. So instead of a flat one, it's got a curve to it, and that's the beauty of the flowers. You can always play around na hizo nini, with just curling them. Some of them you can curl them a bit more, zingine usikal sana. So like we do 12 petals maua zetu. So like this one we made earlier. So these are all the 12 petals. Stamens. Stamens. So these are the stamens, different colors. So what you do, you just take a couple of them, depending on how many you want. Let me just take a couple of them. You put them together, you align them, and you fold them into half. Alafu naingiza waya 24, 26. Alafu na tighten kabisa. Ukiziacha hivyo, they go all over the place. So tape, it comes into this size, na hiyo length, and the width. Ukipata wako, at times they have this one. So you just cut it, unachukua scissors, unakata into two. Just to make it thin. And the reason tunakata, ukianza kuwekelea hiyo waya yote kwa hizi petals, it looks very untidy. Because the kawaii is so thin, na hii nini, tape ni nono. So you just tie them up together. Can you see the knit now? Hazitaenda kila mahali. So what you do, and we always arrange our flowers into 3. So that you don't lose count. Alafu nataka is a story you're telling na maua. Sugar work is a story you're telling, and the story has to flow, si ndio? Utaki maua ingine inakaa huko, pero ingine, it's nice to have something nice and the story flows, si ndio? So those are our first 3 petals. So the next 3. And now from there you can arrange it. So, and that's what you do then with the peony. It's just playing around with the petals. Umejua kuingiza waya, si ndio? And even the leaves. Sorry? The stamens. They're available at Topserve, 100 shillings for a pack. I think there are 100 of them. Yeah. So finishing off. Yeah, perfect. Namaliza na hiyo waya. Sorry? Oh, tape, a green tape, yeah. Floral tape. So you can take that round. Hii kwa jina mada kama kudiko dali geuka ndio kanisa kana ile. Ile kana inapiga hili kata takio ndio kabiji pia na kila kitu ya kwani diko doro ajili. Sana mukudukania. So like this one is, you see the single rose petal cutter, kale kamoja, a round one. So it's just this one. But then you just play, like we said, you just play around with stuff. So that one you bend it on this side. Unainua pande mbili za juu, then you bend on this side. And that's why it gets akakakavu kako hapo nyuma, si ndio? Yeah. And then this one is just like a different cutter, the same way veining, unaingiza hapa, si ndio? So whatever cutters you have. White, this one, this bottom one. Oh, this is a story of another day. I even haven't got it right. I'm still struggling with it. Oh, this one. That's a set. That's also, it's a set I think from, Topserve have the 26 piece set. How many are they? Yeah. 26. So that cutter is there. So it's just the same thing, kuingiza wire, you just play around with it. You can even, when you cut the petals, like this one here, you can widen it, and it also, when you widen it, I've widened it, so you vein it, it also gives another character, or you just think, you can even decide, sasa badala, free kidogo, you might decide free sana. So it becomes very wavy. So you just play around with your cutters. So yeah. So and this one, it's this one, hii cutter. Hizo refu kubwa ni hizi za juu. So you start, a lot of flowers tunaanzaga na tule tudogo, but now this one you start with the long ones. Ndizo ziko ndani. Ndio ziko ndani. So the next medium size ndio iko nje na unateremsha, and then the two small ones ndio ziko nini. So it looks very different and nice. I think that's my latest flower, and you just need to work on it a bit more. Yeah. And then the dusting. I think we're done with the flowers, ndio? Yeah. So the dusting, dust colors. Sorry? Yeah, see we're on time. Yeah. So dust colors, they change your flower. Kabisa. You see, like the one I've just given you. Or even like this one. Usually you might decide, unafanya, you see you darken your flowers. If you're doing like a rose, you make it dark in the inside. So to make it lighter, unatumia half-half. Unatumia the color half and white half. Anything you do, unataka ku lighten the colors, even fondant. So you do half the color and half white. So unaanza na a dark, then half nusu this color and nusu white. So you go like, so it's a bit light on the outside. So after that, so it's a bit imenyamaza tu. So you can play around with the colors. That's why the dust colors comes in. A lot of them ziko pale from Topserve. And what you do, so you can always, unaweza kuwa na two brushes to colors, and then you add the work. Your colors ingine ikiingia haitokangi. So like that flower is pink, so I can use a bit of, can play around with pink. And always green. See, there's always, these are flowers, ndio? foliage. And I think I can work with a bit darker one. Yeah, and what you do with the colors, well, so you load your brush na unatoa. Ukitoka hapa kwa hizi colors, uende kwa flower, all that dust inakuharibia kazi yako. So you load your brush na unatoa, alafu unakuja kwa flower yako. Or you can even use alcohol to thin it down. You can even paint with it. Mlisema alcohol oil, for those who don't use alcohol, yeah, rejuvenator. So unashika tu huku juu. Yeah, to thin it down. Maybe you don't want quite a red, yeah, you can thin the color with corn flour. Yeah. Sorry? Pink. Yeah. So always una load na unatoa. Can you say it's changed that flower? I think you can take it round. Sorry? No. They are not bitter and they are food grade. They are edible. Yeah. They are not like what do you call them? Pradip. No, they're not. So even like this one, that is what we did. So, because I saw the goodness about this flour, we dust that now when it comes out. If you just make it white, no. But when you put a lot of dust to it, that's when it pops out. So okay. So kuna mtu aliuliza the kabuke, yeah? The gold. Oh, so this is gold dust from Topserve. It comes in a tub of 30 grams. So just mix it with alcohol or rejuvenator, and then use the airbrush. Like this one, we used an airbrush. Can you see venye imeshika? That's an airbrush. You can either use the pump one, the other one. Yeah. Any other questions?
Anyone has a question for Eugene?
Oh, this one. Yeah. This one, this is perfect, and it's food grade. We have others that are not food grade in the market, which is very wrong, because you're giving a customer something that should not be eaten. Maybe it's synthetic, plastic, this one. And it comes out very well. It's the one we've used here.
Somebody has a question.
You pass it around.
He's asking what's the difference between, you can do the difference between using the dust, or the powder color, or the gel color for what you just done.
Okay. So this is for finishing up the flowers. So fine, I would decide to paint, like I would use the alcohol with the gold dust and just paint the tips. Have you seen some people do that? You've seen something like that. You just paint the edges. Or you can now either put alcohol and spray the way we've sprayed. For the dust colors, the powder colors, no, that one doesn't work. It doesn't work with the flowers. It makes them dirty. Or maybe when you, okay. So for the gel colors, use it in your fondant. Making like this pink, I used the gel colors, I can use the powder colors. But for the powder colors, I would let them settle overnight. You see, at times you find those funny dots on your work. So you leave it overnight. So whatever, if you want blue, so you make a blue today, you leave it overnight, you work on it tomorrow. So the dust will have settled. So those are the powder colors. The gel colors, still coloring your buttercream, your fondant. and then the dust colors ni za kumalizia kazi yako, maua and all that stuff. Is that okay? Tumeelewana? So what do you have left now? I think you're done. See, that's it. Oh, yeah. So,
does anyone else have a question?
yeah, okay. Well, she did ask about the fondant. Or the recipe. I think, what's her name? Jane Rose. She's coming to do a demo on fondant, so she'll do fondant from scratch. So I'll leave that to her. For the gum paste, that one we hold classes in Kikuyu. That's where the gum paste comes in. But we have a lot in YouTube, to be honest. At times you just have to go that extra mile, do a bit of your research. Cindy? Yeah. Fondant. Yeah, I think I did explain. Cindy? Yeah, you can visit our desk there. That gentleman can help you with that. Yeah. So I think he did ask about putting the flowers, the bouquet. So we did say about the two small flowers. You always need the two small flowers. They are called fillers with the sugar flowers. Kuziba is all those holes there, Cindy. So like us, we do these two small flowers, and we do the berries. Just two balls, a wire in it, and the leaves. So these, can you see they're a bit small? So these are what we fill in the gap with. So what I do to make a kabuke, so we just play a bit of berries there. Put them together. And I always make sure tumetengeneza hii maua ndio tuzione, si ndio? So I always make sure nikitengeneza maua zinaonekana. Hakuna haja kutengeneza na unazificha. And then I leaf on one side. I leaf on the other side. Kidogo. And when you are using
some of these flowers that are usually on sale, you can take a look at them. And if you have any questions, you can actually just ask her right now, okay?
So that's it. So just play around with your own stuff there. And with the tape, when you buy it, you need to stretch it. Unaona ukikata, that's when you get the gum out. Ukitumia hivyo haitashika. So you need to stretch it. It gets the gum out. Ndio maua zako zina stick. And I think we are done. Hope you've learned something.
Yeah, so much.
Yeah, so we have our classes. Our classes are we are based in Kikuyu, outskirts of Nairobi. And yeah. Yeah. So this is and it's a very interesting book, and it's got a book in there and the cutters. You can just pass them around, you can see. And our classes are usually 1-to-1. So you come there for 2-3 days. It's us and you. And we teach you flowers, fondants, doing the sugar work, royal icing also. But you can also regroup yourselves. You can always come here and train you. We are open. Yeah, yeah.
Why don't you organize it? Maybe have some classes here in Meru.
So it's you to do that. Because I think you know each other a bit more. Because there's a group there. On
Maybe like you say a date you can be available, then you see how many of us.
So if you organize for a class in Meru, what were registered,
Yeah.
then you come.
Yeah, so I think what you can do, at our desk there we've got a book, so you can put your names, those who can be available and those who are interested in whatever courses you are interested in, then we can sort of start a group and then we can work on that. Is that okay? Yeah, I think that's easier. Yeah. Anything else? So is that okay? Oh, so our Facebook page is Purple Sugarcraft. Sugarcraft is one word. So you go there, like, follow us. Sindio? Purple Sugarcraft is one word. So we are on Instagram. We are on Facebook. Not very active, but we do once in a while. And my number is 07 9 100 9517. 9 100 9517. 17. 9517. Is that okay? 079 100 9517. Evelyn. Evelyn. Yeah. And everything that we've got here, these flowers, the figurines, the teddy bears, the jungle animals, fondant flowers, they're available at Topserve, Meru. If you need a different color, you can talk to them, or you can also text us, and we send them to Meru. So there's an option now. They can either be dropped at Topserve, Meru, or you can pick them from the different courier services they have here. Yeah. So if there are no more questions, nice meeting you. We can catch up at our desk.
Thank you.
Sawa. Thank you. Yeah.
And you can as well sponsor one student.
So I'll look into that. Yeah, I think I'm done.
Let's give a hand for Evelyn. She's done an amazing job. Thank you so much.
Thank you also for coming. Indo cia gwa Saimo ĩ nĩũracimenya nĩ indo citarĩ citũ rĩ reke tũigĩre Saimo mwena ũyũ. Damis ambia kweheria Damis.
How are we all doing?
Ici reke mbange cieherie Damis.
Please, just 1 minute. Let's all stand up. I know we need to stretch a little bit. Stand up, stretch. Stand up. Stand straight. Very, really nicely. Look on your left. Give your neighbor a high five. Look on the right. Give your neighbor a high five. Are we feeling better? I have a seat. I just want to show you.
Na cianyu ndĩracikia mwena ũyũ ĩtiguo.
So just to mention to you guys that Topserve actually offers other services. They're having a party they sell 2019, congratulations. That is correct. Yay. So my second question is, can somebody tell me the exact shop location? Okay, let me, the first person is go, yeah? Anyone can give it? What way to your friend? So I'm giving half answer. I only have like half. It's for me, who does not be declared. How would you tell me the exact location?
Kirupuri Street, Rewa House, opposite to Tugi Hotel.
Leo tujainterfere. Tumeenda straight. Wote tukakaa
Thanks so much. I just want to remind you guys, who in here is not in the WhatsApp group? By show of hands, if you're not in the WhatsApp group, have you signed up your name in the list? You have? So somebody should be sending you the link. Also, if you have the questionnaire, make sure to fill it, because we will be giving away prizes. So make sure you fill the form and then you'll hand in at the end so you can get your prize, okay? So do we have any trainers in this crowd right now? Does anybody train here? If you do, please stand up. Just stand up. I want you to share your name, your contact, so that if anybody wants training, they can reach out to you.
Hello guys. Hi. How are you today? I am also good. My name is Modoni Roy. I am coming in on behalf of Postman Meru College. How many of you have heard of Postman? Yeah, I know you could have seen us on the social media pages on Facebook or somewhere, one of the events that you're having. So I'm coming in at Postman Meru College. Outside there we have a desk, and after this you can also talk to us. We have amazing courses, cake baking from scratch, decoration, we call it cake baking technology, and we have it as a short course, as well as a full course for 6 months or for 9 months, whichever you want to take. But we also have a short course of 1 month, where we take you through literally everything. Up to what Susan is doing. She's doing an amazing job, isn't it? Please let's help her. And thank you so much, Topserve Meru, for thinking about us. I feel like we need more of this, is it? We need more of this. Such empowerment is very crucial, and when it is coming to us back at home, it means that we are doing something. Sindio, tumetoka mbali, and we are here, and I'm for sure I know that we are going far. And for all the bakers who are here, the ones doing it commercially, you're doing an incredible job, and you can trust us to enhance your skills together and talk about total notes on our way to back at home. Thank you so much. You have a good time. Sorry? We have it. We have a desk out there, so please you can come visit us. And we are located at the Royal Business Park. The Royal Business Park is the tallest building just up here. We are on the 8th floor. Please come to Tebele, see what we have and what we are doing. We really have our students who are here with us, and we are thankful for being here. Thank you. Pole. He's telling you I'm supposed to be standing here. Okay. So tumeelewa, sio? At Postman Meru College, we have a stand out there, we have a desk, so you can see us after this, and we shall get to know you more, and also maybe do a registration if need be. And I'm also here to say that we are looking for partnership with Evelyn, is it? Where she can come and train us, something like flower making. So So I can go back and talk to my director and ask her to make an arrangement for us because we have equipment already, is it? So we can come together and just learn from our institution. Will that be okay? Will that be fine? So I can take that back to her. Asante. Thank you.
Any other trainer?
We are located at Ujambo Shopping Complex, just behind Matthias. I can see a number of my students here. My number is 0717 731 412. Mario's Gate House. 0717 731 412. Thank you.
Thank you so much, trainers. So now I'm going to invite a Topserve spokesperson to talk to us a little bit before we go to our next presentation.
Good afternoon. Okay. Simon, Topserve Limited. First, thank God, thank everyone of you. We have the busy schedule to be part of that, to make this there. We are very grateful to the bottom of our heart. We are grateful to see this big crowd coming together to ensure we change the baking industry. On behalf of Topserve Limited, before the setup of the next year, there are few issues and there are few points that we want to maybe put across to strengthen the processes of our shop across the. Maybe I want to start with the Meru shop, maybe for the few years experiences. Kenya region county, we really enjoyed good fantastic training. Conditional however, I don't get down challenging. Gentlemen and the ladies of the show are expected to be perfect. Sometimes others are just they use them. We will also want one together. We will also want the framework organization. Respectable tone of the organization. Thank you. I think that because at times an error has occurred. Let's say an error has occurred on our side. But the tone used to those to tell the ladies and gentlemen at the shop is not so. End up having us maybe losing some of our best staff or ending up serving the next customer very long. When you have such opportunity, you will come and say, you know what, none of us is perfect, including you, who are our customers. You may have, but when we are correcting that, when we have dialogue, when we have a conversation, the reason we open those doors every single morning is to welcome you, serve you. We have no intention of coming to agony or misery to this. No. But it happens, it's a mistake on our end, we acknowledge it. And we try as much as possible to resolve based on the mandate installed upon us. So on that point, we really want to be addressed. And the shop, and the structure, and the organization is better as it should be. The same way we will demand respect as a customer, we are also demanding respect as an organization. For example, sometimes we get we as the letters are trying to come and intervene, it's hard to just begin a conversation. So there's evidence of even full language of WhatsApp, and we really have to assess, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Is it even abusive because of authority? Not so. And that's why we don't say away when it comes to politics, we call it loud and disease. So we want to set a process and a structure that has to be. Also, when you talk with us, it's always important to give a complaint about our product or our service, let it be addressed through the shop. Those are the channels that we set up. We still not want, not going, people going to raise issues on Facebook, on Instagram, or any other places. We have our own official pages. We have a physical shop, we have a website, we have phone numbers, we have WhatsApp.
Give me some
Those are our official
silver balls.
communication methods. Go post it elsewhere.
For demo.
We can
For
assure
demo.
you, we don't respond to that. Because we are an organization built on a culture and structure. And we are very willing to resolve problems. We're bringing suppliers closer to you guys. But if you have a problem about their product, it is not resolved, we are here. We are ready. If you have a complaint about Piratos, we cannot be able to give you instant answers. We have to go back to Piratos. You have to give us or guide us on the way forward. We cannot issue a replacement as Meru. Yes, Piratos have not issued a replacement to Topserve. So that's why we are asking for understanding of the whole process. That when we have complaints both on product and service, let us be patient and use the right channel of communication. That was the first issue. The second issue, we have an emerging trend that is good for business, but is also bring a bit of difficulty in execution. It's called delivery.
Like a wheel,
Everybody is busy.
just to show.
I think everyone wants stuff there.
We also want to be very clear that we as Topserve have a mandate to have a role.
No, I think I'll just do, just to show them. I'm not going to use them, just to show them. Just to show, yeah, just to show them. No, not those ones. The palm. The silver. Just for demo. Okay, I'll just mention them, they can be shown. Yeah.
Because they deliver the goods in the right manner. So, and it's important customers come to the realization that we have separate entities on how we want to serve you. So if you choose your preferred service, you know that the risk is transferred to you and the service, and not on Topserve. Because we cannot control what happens at Unique. If they throw your package, you can't tell us to place, yet you chose Unique. Nothing we want to come, but everybody comes to the realization that when we try to address such issues, people get mad at the organization. But when you choose Unique, it is you to do the due diligence of which circle serves you best, which circle you can have at home, which circle you can go and address the issues raised. Secondly, on the issues of the fee charged by the courier is not borne by Topserve. The couriers have their own way of arriving at a courier fee. If you send a box, they want to charge you 200. Tomorrow you send an envelope, they want to charge you 100 shillings. The other day you send a bigger box, they want to charge you 300. That is not, Topserve cannot determine the courier fee. It has to be determined by the courier of the state that you have chosen. So we will want to differentiate that because we find it having us delaying a lot of your orders because customers either are not able to make up their mind very fast, the time is running out, or the courier companies and the customers are not able to agree on the right mode of delivery. That's why it's so necessary to address and reiterate that delivery is an outsourced service for the Topserve. It is not part of the Topserve service. It is important to choose a delivery mode and incur the cost for it because that the convenience is borne or is enjoyed by you as a customer to avoid a lot of. And we are following. It's a big problem in the logistics network in Meru. It's a big problem. But this is not a Topserve problem, it is a logistics problem. Because we need to come to that recognition of that problem and find a way or a solution out of it, especially on your end as a customer. On how best it is good to reach to you. So that issue issue of delivery will really want consideration, and especially when choosing the mode of delivery, be it speed, be it between start, kindly be aware cost borne by customer. We have our goods price based on the shop, not delivered to your doorstep. Our goods are priced based on Meru shop. The delivery fee solely goes by you from the shop to the seller. That's the convenience fee that you charge. Then whatever the matatu charges, that's the matatu fee. If 100 of you are in order, everybody will be a good. Now, you have to apply somebody to ensure that your goods are delivered to the matatu stage immediately. You have to pay for that convenience fee. Accordingly, you have to bear that. Otherwise, they are open to business or online. So, not to clarify on the issue of delivery, for example, we've had an issue at the shop level. Another thing that has been echoed by the trainers who have been here, still we continue echoing Topserve, the need for training, and I'm happy to see that many trainers today come here, because it really helps us serve you better. Why am I saying so? Persons who are trained, persons who have chosen to attend the open day are able to make the shopping list very, very easy. You can see most people shaking their head because they come to the shop and they feel frustrated because the person ahead of you has not made up their mind. And you only need one team, Bob and both. But the person who's on the counter is trying to, whether they take prestige or art or moon, relevant. So it's really the person next in the queue feels somehow good. So we can't rush through the shopping the process. The customer ahead of us in the morning, we have to complete the shopping. Like a classroom call to everyone. It's easier for us to serve you when you have a shopping. What am I talking about? That we've developed a website that can really help you navigate through most of our products. You choose your brand, Meru brand, anything that is in Meru brand, you can store at the shop. Be able to go through, make your shopping list, but that helps you store better and get more organized on the site. So we would really please, guys, let us invest in training, let us invest in having or creating a culture of having shopping. It really helps. Because when we get busy, it's not like if you can Thursday, what does it mean? Thursday, Friday, the shop is back. Monday, Tuesday, it's very easy. You walk in the shop, 2 minutes, you talk about Chiquita Thursday, everybody say, what's up, it's taking too long. Because of that, that's the truth. If you have 100 inquiries, but you're only closing 10 orders. Because everybody's, do you have this? Do you have this? Can this yield this? Can this yield this? But it helps us serve you better when there's more product knowledge. When people have the shopping list, when they will serve you better. The other issue that has been raised as a concern is the issues of shopping bags. A repetitive question, it's good we address it here, but maybe be able to address that question. Our shopping process, as Topserve Limited, does not include a carrier bag or what we call a shopping bag. We sell those shopping bags. So you buy your product. You buy your product. Once you have your product, you're able, if you have a user bag, be able to buy you that. If you don't have enough. We sell those bags. Why? The government introduced them. Previously, when opening shops, we were giving away polythene bags to every person. But right now, the usable bag, having a very useful, that even further to go to the cost of product. We remain competitive in the market. It's important everybody with your shopping bag. If you don't have, you have some at the shop. You sell soaps at the shop level. You know you're I mean, you know to the Kusano, one to the Copa bag, you know to the Michelin, the Copa bag. The real customer was Michelin, customer was Kusano, water customer about a partnership with the Kia, equal customer from the bag. Who was in the Kumi Leo, actually, so that's the issue of shopping bag. Sio kwa ubaya, unfortunately, hapo uchumi bad au don't shop. Jambo la mwisho, just remind our shopping hours. Shopping hours, open shop at 7:30, close at 6. Public holidays, we try to open at least 4 hours, depending on the flexibility of each shop. So 4 working hours on all public holidays. Religious, Christian holidays, we don't open shop. The Christmas, Easter holidays, we don't open shop. So the company based on, we are more biased toward Christian holidays. We don't open shops on those particularly Christian holidays. But all the other holidays, we open at least 4 hours to ensure that biashara isimame. Kila mtu unafungua masaa manne, ndio kila mtu aweze kupata kitu, aende kukaa na biashara yake. Tumekuwa pia na jambo la edible photo, something that we appreciate for you guys have supported us na kuweza kuzinunua kwa wingi. But we will also want to encourage tusikize kidega angalau kidogo kwa duka. Kwa mtu anaweza kuja na picha 20 anataka tumeongea kwa kisisi. Sasa inakuwa na sisi upande wetu inakuwa ni ngumu. Tufanye hapa tukutimizie, lakini tufanyie kazi mbaya. Tunaomba uelewane hata sisi kwa duka, tusikizane. Tukikushauri, tusikize, lakini ufanye maamuzi. Lakini naomba tu kwanza tusikize, kwa nini tunakushauri, mbona tunachukua njia fulani, ndio uweze kufanya maamuzi yako. Hatutakufanyia maamuzi, hapana. Lakini naomba tusikize ushauri wetu, kwamba ukichukua hiyo njia, maybe the quality will not be good. Tunaweza kuendelea vizuri kikazi. Other than that, hapo kwa shopping hours, naona nimekuwa nikisisitiza sana kwa shopping hours. It's also good to consider that wale watu kwa duka au wale wanaosaidia kuserve kwa duka pia ni wanadamu. When you close at 6, and you come with 20 edible fruits, 5:59, you also want all to be printed mpaka 6:30 ama 7, you're also creating not a very conducive environment of kazi. Hebu tujaribu kuangalia kila mtu nafasi yake ya kazi. Upande wetu tuangalie, na nyinyi pia tuangalie hao watu wa kazi. Tujaribu sana, sababu tumekuwa naona na tunajua na si mazoea, lakini kifika mahali inakuwa mazoea, hiyo ndio mazoea. Then sometimes you're supposed to take action that seem arrogant, but we also have a business and a name to protect. Integrity and our workers are also a priority. We should keep everybody who's a stakeholder kwa biashara lazima angalie. Lastly, speak back about the shop. Tumwambie the form. We really want to have honest feedback. Tell us what you think about us. Tuambie kabisa, tuambie ukweli. Kama customer service ni mbaya kwa duka, wasichana wako na vijana wako na attitude, tuandikie hapa. Ndio tuweze kujibu. If you feel they are slow, you don't understand the product knowledge, you want to start and take too long for reply for WhatsApp, you are taking up. It is very important, not because you want to, nobody is going to be punished, it helps us improve on where we are. Because haja ya siku kama hii, make sure upande wetu umeridhika na upande wetu pia tumeridhika. It's a win-win situation. Business is a win-win. Kama ukipitia customer care, wewe umepata riziki yako, pia yeye alipata kufurahia siku yake. Yeah, it's a win-win. We want honest people. Kwa hiyo sio kwamba kuandika, ni mambo yote ni option. Sio lazima uandike hata jina lako. Wewe tuandikie kile unaona tunafaa kubadilisha kama toka. Unaona kama hakuna bei za holi kuandika hapa. Sio bei za holi. Ila tunasema tusikie hapo ndio tuweze chini kujadiliana how well do we serve hii soko ya Mount Kenya region. Other than that, we are very grateful for your support. We want to take it back to Marina Mali. Tuweze kuendelea with the next part. Thank you very much.
There's a question.
My name is Topserve on Moto
Thank you. Asante sana kwa hiyo swali. Ni swali nzuri sana. Ni swali tumepata sio shida hapo pekee. Ni shida iko nchi nzima hata kwa branch zingine. Naomba kusisitiza jambo. There are different modes of payment ama njia za kulipa kwa duka. Ya kwanza cash ambayo haina mkataba. Kama umetajiwa 10,000 unalipa. Tuko tayari kupokea pesa yoyote. Tunaweka mikakati ya kupokea pesa yoyote ambayo utaleta. Kuna option ya pili. M-Pesa. M-Pesa is very expensive mode of payment. Sisi kama Topserve, we can't take the cost. We can't take the cost. There's an option of taking the cost, but with the margins we are making, kama hii food card, tunauza 30 shillings, right? We are making 3 shillings. 3 shillings. Tukiuza na M-Pesa, kama atakuja, tutamzuia aje mtu anunue M-Pesa na mwingine alipe na M-Pesa. We can't. Mtu anakuja na kununua box moja. Box we make 2 shillings. Where are we left as an organization? We will close. That's why we are very honest with the mode of transaction. You want to come with cash? We are ready. You want to deposit in your bank account? We are open. If you are paying 10,000, you are paying bank account. You can do a bank-to-bank transfer from your mobile application. But kama utatumia M-Pesa kulipa na M-Pesa, the option we have is an option that cannot punish the organization. It will charge you for the convenience. Wherever customers will pay your convenience. Because we don't want to limit who can pay by M-Pesa and who can pay by M-Pesa. Kama kazi, we have the mode of PDQ, kulipa na kazi. But we are limited. You can't, for example, ujafikisha elfu moja. You can't, because the finance cost is again expensive. So in exclude ule unalipa, ukitaka kununua pesa moja, hauwezi lipa kazi. Kwa sababu kile tutakatwa na kile tunauza, tutakuwa tukiuza hasara. Sasa kuliko tuende hiyo njia kwa M-Pesa, tukwambia M-Pesa iko, lakini lazima ulipe 2,000 na ulikuwa unataka kununua kitu 50 bob. Wapi na wapi? That's why those models of payment are there. And that's what I'm saying. Nimesikitiza hapa sana. It is very unfortunate. Kila kampuni, sababu watu wanakuja wanakompea Sayed, wanafanya, Topserve, wanafanya. Every company, kama vile ulioko bekari yako, kuna mikakati zako ya kuendesha bekari yako. You can never compare yourself to others. So this is your own business. You have a dream of it. You know what you can. You know where you want to be. Tunaelewana. Sasa ni hapo pendeza. I'm happy you're bold enough to work. Ndio tukikuja hapa tunaelezea kila mtu asifikirie ama sidhani hatujaelewa kuna hiyo shida. No, it's a very expensive. But you look at that side of safari, hata isipokuwa vijuzi vile wameshurutishwa na serikali kupunguza, they were extremely punitive. Yeah, they're very expensive to everyone. So that convenience, unfortunately, is passed on to them. But we are ready to accept that. Shopping at the shop. If you swipe cash, if you swipe your card of 1,000, you are not charged any cost. Unfortunately, M-Pesa is not Topserve creation. M-Pesa is owned by Safaricom. This is Topserve, and that is Safaricom. What is favoring both of us is cash, and we are ready to accept that because it's not charging you, and I'm also ready to handle it. It is the most acceptable means of transaction. So any other means that is there that is coming at a cost, that cost has to be borne by the customer. That I'm saying is a good option, but for Topserve Limited, it does not work for a model. Hii biashara yetu ya model ya Topserve haiwezi pata mabai kumi. Haiwezi. Ndio nimesema kampuni hazifanani. Sasa nako Sinaivas yuko, si Quickmart yuko, si Kalini Haraka yuko. Kila mtu ako na biashara yake, ule kwa wholesale, ule kwa retail. Kila mtu anafanya model kulingana na vile biashara yake inafaa. Model yetu haiwezi support very good deal now. Haiwezi. Kama kuna swali hili kama hakuna swali, take it back to your back.
have a presentation by Jane Rose. I want her to do an introduction herself and then let us know exactly what she's doing.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jane Rose Wendwa Getobu from Mindy Cakescape. I'm a Meru baker. I bake in Meru. I want to thank Topserve for seeing it fit for me to come and share what I've learned or what I do with you people. And one thing I want to tell you bakers is that baking is a learning process. It's a learning process. Personally, I started doing this in 2017 and I'm still learning. The other thing I want to say is that being a baker, you can't be an all-rounder person. Kila kitu. You have seen Evelyn has come and showed us how to do the flowers, the figurines, and all that. You might need to invest, or if you're a serious baker, kutafuta mtu wa kukusaidia, an artist. Because at the end of the day, you want to have a neat presentation. Sindio? Yanyato ukipelekea customer wako wakiangalia, anasema nyewe, there's something you've done. Why am I saying this? It's because if you want to sell your product, invest in it. Sindio? Ukitaka kuuza kitu yako, invest in it. Another thing I want to mention before we start is, baking is and requires a lot of patience. Kama una ile patience ya kumold something, you know, sometimes unaweza kutengeneza fondant, it backfires, and you've got a client mwenye anakujia cakes za hizo zingine. So unaanza kufire up, you begin firing up and you're wondering, what am I going to do? You need to have patience. Another thing I want to say is, jipange. Prepare yourself. I normally, when I take orders, especially the themed cakes, I normally naambianga customer, I require a minimum of 4 to 5 days. Why? There are some cakes that zingine una need kutengeneza and you have to work in stages. To work in stages. If you're not going to work in stages, I would achieve. So you need to give yourself that time so that you can be able to do something that is neat. Another thing that I wanted also to mention is having, as you bake your cakes, you also need to give them time to rest or to mature. I don't know if you're, kama mnanielewa. You know, if you have tasted a cake when you baked a cake, saizi tu utoe kwa oven, it cools and you cut. Alafu ingoje maybe tomorrow you cut. Inakuanga na different tastes, sindio? So lazima you give it that time for it to mature. So even as you give it to your customer, if it is a cake, you have put flavors, they can be able to taste those flavors that you have put in. So it is something you also need to know about that. So the time I'll be given to talk and to discuss is very short, but I'll try to be very fast and do as much as I can. I also train, so at the end of it, we can talk and see how we can help each other. Sa leo kazi yangu ya kutengeneza, you have seen fondant people, the other people who have come ahead of me have come with ready-made fondants. But as we're supposed to do, I was supposed to show you how to do a fondant from the scratch. But I will show it halfway, and then I'll show you an end product. You bear with me. So, everybody, kila mtu akona their own way of doing fondant. Sindio? There are those who do their fondant, you get hot, they call it hot bath recipe fondant. Sindio? Mine, I normally put it in the oven. Now, how many put theirs in the microwave? That is the glycerin, and put in the oven, then you do that one. I prefer that one. And that is what I want to show you, how I do it. So first things first, as you go to prepare your fondant, have your things ready. Have your ingredients ready. Ndio usikuje kukimbia looking for things as your process is moving on. So the first thing we're going to do is we weigh our ingredients. I'll briefly share the recipe. I want now to do to show what I'm going to do. So I've got my ingredients. I have water, I have glycerin here, I have glucose syrup, I have gelatin here, I have fat, and I have vanilla essence. So we get moving. So I'm going to weigh cold water. It has to be cold water. That is 80 mLs, 80 mLs. And one thing, niseme hapa, if you want to get a fondant that is good, be accurate with your measurements. Invest in a weighing scale, invest in measuring tools, cups. If you don't have a weighing scale, you can use the spoons. You can all get this from Topserve, the weighing scale. There are different types of weighing scale so that you can be able to get proper results of what you're doing, even as you work, even as you bake. You also need to get to invest in those tools. So I've measured 80 bado hajafika. 80, it's there. I don't know now because you can't be able to see. You just have to trust what I'm saying. So then now I'm going to put in modern. I'm going to put in my gelatin. And one thing I forgot to say is that you're supposed to observe hygiene even as you're working. The way you're dressed, your hair covered, and wear gloves. Personally, nikiwork na fondant, I'm not fast using when I have gloves. So I'll always wear my nails short. If you're having long nails, make sure then you're wearing gloves, yes. And make sure your hands are clean. So I like using with free hands, so I hardly use the gloves. So now I'm putting in the gelatin, and I'm going to put in 16 grams. And when you're putting in, just shake it so that, because unajua kuweka gelatin, it starts inaanza kushikana, si ndio? So I'm putting in 16 grams. There you go, it's 16. Then I get my palette and mix it up together. And what you're supposed to do is let it set a little bit. Let it set a little bit before you put in the other ingredients. So I'll leave that on there, and then, so as this is ongoing, you're supposed now to, as you wait for it to set, you're supposed to now to be preparing your icing sugar. I am a Kesel person by choice. And one reason why I like this, and I'm not marketing for them, it's fine. It's fine. I also use Ester, it's good also. And then why I like also the beauty about this one, it's because at the end of the day when you make your fondant, it gives you, your fondant is white. It's white, yeah, it's white in color. So I like using this. So now the mix of gelatin is kind of like almost setting. So what I'm going to put in next is, I'm going to put in now the glucose. How else gets sumbuad by this thing? Huh? Who else? Huh? If there's anything I dread, is this thing. I normally, what I actually forgot to do, if you want it to work fast and without being messy, is you put some hot water, yes, in a cup, and then put your spoons in, the metal spoons. It's able to scoop. Now, since I didn't do that, I think I'll have to work with it like that. So we need some glucose syrup of 40 grams. So you can write 40 grams. Have you seen this disaster here? And this thing looks like it's going to break. So So we should have soaked these things, or even put some oil in it. You can put even some oil. I should have done that, so it didn't become that messy. We're just about there to get to 40. That's 38. And actually, we have gotten to 40. Okay. So now the next thing we're going to do is put in. We're going to put in. The fat, a little bit fat. Fat you're going to put 20 grams. I like using white fat. Don't use margarine, because if you use margarine, you're going to find if it's white fondant, itakuwa yellow. So use white fat. And I'm going to measure. I'm going to measure 20 grams. That's 20. Then I also like, just to flavor your fondant, this what do you call it? No, sometimes kuna gelatin zingine zinakuanga na some funny smell, but actually Topserve have got one of the best gelatins. I don't know if you've noticed that. So I'm going to put just a few drops of vanilla essence, and when you're using vanilla, use the clear one, or you can use any other clear essence. So I'm just going to put in a few drops like that. Then I'll put in a few drops of glycerin. My eyes. Needs to be toward. So I'm just going to put in a few drops of glycerin. And now we are ready to put the mix into the microwave. So how do you set it now? So I'll put it in there and wait for it to all mix up together and become in a liquid form. And then while you're doing that, you're supposed now to be sieving your fondant, your icing sugar, and have it ready so that you can be able now to work. Then, of course, that you need like a bowl. Normally, when I'm doing mine, napendanga kutengeneza on a table because it makes my work easier. So for now, that one will do next stage, how to knead it. But I want you to see how this looks like. So you can compare those who do the hot bath and this method, how you would prefer. Because even when you leave it, ukitoa hapa kwa microwave, you're supposed to use it when it's still that hot. Yes, that is when you get the best results of the fondant.
How many minutes?
Now this one, I don't know how to time, but I will just have to keep it. It's almost getting there. But normally the one I use, it takes about 5-6 minutes. 5-6 minutes, or until, you can keep checking until you see it as all mixed up together. You'll see how that will be. So then now from there, what you're going to do today is what I'm supposed to show you. You said today is a day of learning how to work with fondant and how to work with the fondant. You've been shown how to cover cakes using fondant. Now, when you've already covered your fondant, how do you decorate your cake? Now ready to the final stage for you now to take it to your customer. If it's a themed cake, what do you need to do? I think it's almost. you all see? So when you remove it, you're supposed to like stir it. Yeah, okay. So when you do it, you're supposed to actually let all the fat and all the ingredients to mix together. I think, let me just return it in for a few minutes. Then you'll be able to see how it looks like. Nachungi usichomeke, just take care that you don't burn yourself. So it's ready. Now it's ready for mixing. Can you all see? That is the solution that we use for mixing. Now this is what you put it into your icing sugar and knead until you get 800 grams, 750 to 800 grams of icing sugar. Yes. Nani wanakuanga na shida ya hii, and that I purposely came with this like this. You have that problem. So what do? Thank you. That is why I wanted to show them, because now you have seen what Puratos and sugar, purple sugar have done theirs. So I purposely came with this one so I can show you what we can do with it. So I'll cut a little bit. Now the cake that we're going to do, I have my cake ready. Mine is a real cake, it's not a dummy. Eh? Eh? Sorry? It's a real cake. It's cake itself. So after we finish this, you'll all get to taste it. Yeah. Yes. You'll all get to taste it. Covering, you also there are different ways of when you're cover your cake. You can do the top and do the panel that we do the sides. When you're doing the panel, it's normally good ukikuwa na tall cakes. And I think this is even easier like for everybody. But what I like, what is a challenge in Akuanga na hii is that it's not very neat. Sometimes it's not very neat. So you're supposed to see, this is where your creativity comes in. How do I cover this? How do I cover this? Nitafunika huku chini aje. So I want to show you how you can do that so that you can make your cakes presentable. Sindio? So for those who have your challenge ya hii kitu, tunaweka kwa microwave kidogo, just to make it warm a little bit. It's ready. Of course, it was ready, but I just wanted to show you how you can use it. Good for me, this one. Get some icing sugar. Nikatia that one. And some fat. Also, you can use fat when you don't want it to your hands to become messy. Just use a little bit of fat to make your hands, as you're making your fondant. So now this cake, it's going to be a 2-in-1 theme. We're going to make a Spider-Man theme. And then I'm also going to show you how you can put a mold, a lace mold at the bottom, and maybe a flower mold on the top. So we'll do, and even we'll also close the top there. So it's going to be like a 2-in-1 kind of theme. use a little bit of icing sugar. I normally like using icing sugar. There are people who like using corn flour, cornstarch, but personally I like using. Kuna vile mtu anapenda kutengeneza yake, si ndio? So I like using icing sugar. And then once you have covered your cake, you steam it. You use a steamer, you steam it. This one I've steamed it. Topserve have steamers. So now, one advantage of using a steamer, kutumia a steamer is, if your fondant is like a bit rough, it helps. If you steam immediately, it helps to smoothen your cake, sindio? So invest in that one also. And then, as you're doing your dough, you're supposed to use a cake that is ready to use. One reason why I like steaming is that if you're going to use another dark color on let's say like on white, it can be messy, or you can have colors running. And the reason why I didn't actually do this Spider-Man on either blue or red, it's because it had to be a 2-in-1 theme, and I'll show you how you're going to stick the other. So now I want us to use, to show you how we put a border at the bottom, and this one. Topserve have different borders that you can use. So, I think this is I don't know what they call this one, but it's a nice border. So we're going to use this and fix it to our cake. Wapi maji nilikuwa hapa? Container ilikuwa na maji. I want the water, the brush. There's some water. Yeah, thank you. So your border, you can decide to make it thin. You can decide how you want it to be. So use this. I'm going to use this plunger just to show you how you get the final effect of it. It doesn't come out so well, but let me try it again. Ndio tuifinye vizuri. It's not very neat. Yeah. Let me try again and see. Looks better, but I think it's not coming, but this is how it looks like. It looks like this. So we're going to put this on the cake. I'll choose, I'll do maybe the back side. So you put water, you can either put water on the cake or you can put water on the mold, right? I think this is easier, so I'll put it and put it this way. Now, if this was a different cake, that is how you would have a different color. That is what you can. Instead of using ribbons, you can use that to close your border, with it at the bottom. Let me show you now how we're going to use closing the top. How we can close the top. Topserve have got very many different molds that you can actually be creative about. You can do so many things with this thing. It has got so many decors, so many. So as I was saying, you need to be creative. Even if a customer sends you an order and tells you, I want this, go out of your way and make it unique. You know, what I challenge myself is, I like being unique.